Dinge sind jetzt live. kitty. Dum-da-da-dum-dum.
Any news?
No. We have a new sea draw
Yeah.
in the picture.
I think I will look at it.
But the new sea draw is a little bit better. We have another. A German player.
I know it's got 11 Lebanese.
Comes from Lebanon.
Yeah. He's
He's
German.
in
Yeah.
German, yeah. Comes from Lebanon, but maybe a German passport. Roman Czech, German player, but not so much. Michel Broski from the Netherlands, who play mostly in the Netherlands and Belgium. David Urban, he is the winner of the Concord Million, 2016, and I-13 over Origin. This is Czech guy, so much. Kaska. Matthias de Mulder.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Matthias. Yeah.
And
His stars dealers no more. No stars anymore. Who's more successful, Matthias or his brothers?
have to look.
What's his brother's name? I always get them mixed up.
Matthias is more successful. He has
What's his brother's
less
name?
than 1 million and 300, I'd rather.
Chris.
And there is another de Mulder, Oliver de Mulder. Annie de Mulders. No, not the.
Yeah. No, because he'd know.
Michel de Mulder.
Yeah.
Also, no, those are the twins, yeah. Because
So, Urban, David Urban, that's how you pronounce it, from
we
Slovakia.
start 15 minutes later. Problems with the delay.
Yeah.
We start at 5 o'clock.
And Matthias, Sebastian, Elias, Pilati. Is it Pilati? Pilati.
It's a German player, but not.
Yeah, is that how you pronounce it? Pilati?
Piloti.
Pilati.
Elias.
Pilati. And I know your man is. And Michael.
Michel Broski.
Broski.
I think it's Michel, it's from Netherlands.
He's Dutch. Okay. That's pretty cool. We work well as a team. Because you're good at research.
That's my job.
And I'm good at eating, you know, so it's a perfect combination.
So 20 minutes. Da. I want to check everything. Da. So 651 players. There's 107.
Payouts on the clock.
They're on Poker News.
Oh, we have it on poker.
Yeah, it's on the homepage, Poker News. Yeah. $60-minute clock. No table talk as well. No table talk. They need Martin Cabral is fucking perfect for talking shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he's short. He have only 50K.
That's why get him on quick. He'd hustle, especially with new players. He's such a fucking hustler. Don't like this chair. This is better though. Interesting. Have you anyone to join you, no?
No, but I see a good friend of mine. It's Eddie Sharps, German player. He have 2 bracelets.
Can he talk?
It's great. When he's here, I can go digging.
Yeah, brilliant.
It's non-stop talking. He's so funny.
Yeah.
He made bracelets 10, 15 years ago. He made a bracelet in Limit Omaha High. Limit Omaha High. Not high-low.
What a
Limit
headache.
Omaha High.
What a headache. My head would be sore playing that game.
So crazy.
I just am not able to do that.
Limit Omaha High. The bracelet is in the
Yeah,
case.
well, like 50 players maximum. You know, so maybe 50, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. No, it's more.
Yeah.
The American guys like
Yeah.
limit games.
Yeah,
no?
yeah.
And normally
Well,
it's-
10 years ago, yeah.
The
Not so
high-low
much.
game is very popular.
Yeah.
When I play in Vegas in off casinos,
Yeah.
not at the strip,
Yeah. They
all
play
the
limit.
old people at this table play limit Omaha high-low and with no chance. They're so good. And I play a lot of pot limit Omaha high-low. But in limit, they are so strong. Crazy. They play every day. That's mad. They like this.
Because the no limit is an advantage to. It's an advantage to like people with like heart and gamble. Do you know what I mean? It's a good advantage. But for a grinder, the limit, it takes away that weapon from crazy basket. You know what I mean?
You know this
Yeah.
this online guy called I Hate Jews? Kagome, he plays on full tilt, the highest limit. Especially for this guy, they make 3,000, 6,000 limit holden.
Limit holden.
Yeah, he's a guy who lives 10 kilometers from my house,
Yeah.
and is 21-year-old. Is so crazy. When full tilt closed at the Black Friday, they have $5 million dollars on the account, but they get it. No, that's no problem. But it's so crazy. It's 21 year. He plays with Ivy and crushed him. It's unbelievable.
Limit.
Yeah. But they changed the nickname. Full tilt do that. I hate juices. Sounds like I hate juice.
Okay, he's at I hate juice.
Juice, the orange juice.
Or juice,
I hate
yeah,
juice.
or the
but
juice.
juice, yeah, it sounds like this. And, so the new name was Kagome. It's like a Japanese, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I know the little Kubota.
Yeah?
Is it?
I don't know.
Machine, the little driving machine.
Yeah, I don't know.
So see the timer there? It says 6 minutes, but no, it's an extra 10 minutes, yeah?
Yeah.
Or 16 minutes, 15 minutes, yeah?
I think 5 o'clock, 5 minutes later. That's it.
Yeah. WSOP Circuit Event. Rozvadov. WSOP Circuit Event. Hello.
Hi, hi.
Mm. Get a picture, Stefan. And the equipment in the background is good, no? Yeah? You fucking look so young and I look so old. Is that all the drink, no?
Mm.
Is it? Yeah, that's one. Good. Yeah, that's a better one. Stefan, do you know the Twitch?
Twitch, Poker Room Twitch.
Yeah, it's here, is it? No? Poker
Room
Kings.
Yeah.
So authorized, yeah? This is it, no?
Yeah. That's the.
I just press share stream with your friends on Facebook, no?
I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Twitch.tv slash
What is correct? Poker Room Kings. Kings Poker Room.
oh,
I work the most time with live stream for the German commentary.
Poker Room Kings, I think, yeah. Welcome to King's Casino. Hello. It's time for the WSOP Circuit Main Event. Please bear with us. We will be with you very shortly. My name is Fintan Gavin and I will be doing the live stream right here live from Rozvadov, King's Casino. Thanks a million. The chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I may have someone joining me in a while. These are on.
Will not be there in the beginning and stuff.
So this is on now, yeah?
This is on now, yeah.
And the other one is on. I turn this one off.
Yeah, no, now it's off, yeah.
Yeah, now it's off. So if I just press that other one when he comes in.
Yeah.
That's it. Thanks. You can close that. Thanks so much. Thank you. Hello. You're very welcome. Fintan Gavin here. Thanks for joining us live from King's Poker Room. I've just been informed there's a slight technical hitch with the table talk from the players. We will have it. It will take about 10 or 15 minutes, but do bear with us. We have an interesting lineup of 8-handed feature table here at the 1 million guaranteed WSOP Circuit Event. You can see in your screen there, I'm sure there's some familiar faces. Seat 5 in particular, I'm speaking out. The Barcelona EPT champion Sebastian Malek, the Polish wonder kid in the red top there on the glass. You can see him scooping a pot. Also, we have one of the Mulder twins in seat 4. We have Matthias, brother of Christian. You can see him there to the right of Melek, seat 4. So, the story so far. This is a million guaranteed event. The guarantee was almost hit. I believe there was €975,000 collected. It was 651 players. We are day 2. Out of the 651 players, we are down to 170 players. The payout is 183,000 first place. That's 183,000. That is what the players are playing for. And I think we've got this sound. My name is Fintan Gavin from Ireland. Appreciate you joining us. Stay with us for the day. Should be some action. Straight away we have DeMolder with the 10s, who has made it 5,500. I believe the big blind is 12. I think it's 6-12 under this level. Pilotti, the German, who's playing around 160,000, has 3-bet to 18,000, which is quite reasonable with the premium hand of King King. And it is back to DeMolder, who's playing around 100 grand at the start of the game, and it's certainly going to continue here. He may click back to see what the story is. And no, as a raise back, he will be totally committing himself for the stack size, and he's opted to flat call with his 10s, and there's an over card to the 10s, and he's checked. And let's see what Pilotti does here. Does he get a creative? No, he's just going to continue bet here. The pot is already 42,000, which is huge. The average stack at this stage, I believe, is just over 100,000. And this gives DeMolder decision here. Does he go with the 10s and hope that Pilotti is playing something like Ace King? And this really is a decision for his tournament life, because he's 80,000 behind, and the bet is 20,000 almost. He's calling here. So DeMolder has about 40% of his stack in here. And the turn has come. I can't see what card it is. It looks like a 9 again. And that is a big hit.
Sorry, gentlemen, but because of the ruling, you are on a stream, and it's live stream. You can't use electronic device, so I have to take all of your phones.
Okay, our tournament director has just stated that no electronic devices at the feature table. Perfectly understandable, as it is a live stream with hold cards, and all the players must turn off their devices. Please bear with us, we will have action back very shortly. A little bit of a problem with the sound, the table talk with the players. We just watched one of the Molder twins, Matthias, lose a pot to Pilotti, the German player. 10s versus kings. And thank you, viewers. We appreciate you joining us here at King's Casino. We are watching a WSOP Circuit Main Event. And this young guy who we're looking with, the Queen, he is a recent Barcelona EPT champion. Do check him out. He quite an entertaining hand versus Rickenstein to win the EPT crown. Young Polish guy. Quite exciting. Bit of a character. When we get the sound back, you'll certainly hear a bit of banter out of him. We're watching him now race with the Queens, and Pilotti, who just took down a pot with King in the previous hand, has opted to flat call with Queen of clubs. And both players are playing similar stack sizes, and it's a pretty safe flop for Queens. 2-7-4, considering there was a sizable raise pre-flop. Malik will definitely continue here. And that's what he does. He bets 8,800 to end the pot. The sound will be back, guys. Just give us a little bit of a break here. Give us a couple of minutes. Slight technical hitch, but we will have it in the next few minutes. My name is Fintan Gavin, and if you've just joined us, you're watching WSOP Main Circuit Event. It was the buy-in here was 1,500 plus 150 reg. It was a total of 1,650 to play this event. Players had the option of re-entry. When all the money was counted and the numbers done, we had 651 entries, which created a prize pool of €975,000. However, there is money added by the casino to make up the 1 million payout. And we see Nazar, who is a German-based Lebanese player, quite experienced, and he's picked up Ace King in the hijack. And it's folded around, and he has Big Blind who has called. Now Naz has flopped a good shot, and he has opted to check. He's certainly going to call a bet here by the Big Blind, who has hit bottom pair and backdoor hearts. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see at least one call here. And that's given a complete lock in the hand here. A jack is the only card that can save Naz. And it's gone check, check. And no jack on the river. And we see 100% beside the king 4. And the player in the big blind is very comfortable that his trip 4s is a winning hand here. The pot is 22,000, and we're probably going to see a value bet of around 7 or 8,000, I'd imagine. And it's just gone check, check. And king 4 will scoop the pot. And we don't have a name for seat 4. No clue what I do. Is code for there's a problem with the player's name, but we will get it. Stay with us. A few slight technical problems, guys, but we will have full table sound for the players, and I guarantee some exciting action throughout the day. The payout here, they're playing for a first place payout of €183,000. The guarantee here was a million guarantee. That's our young Polish EPT champion, just folded there. First to act. Now we have Pilotti. Nazar folds. Brasu folds. And the action to Urban in the cutoff, which is the last position before the button. Pocket 2s makes the raise to 5,000, but look at this Belgian pro, what he does with 8-7 on the button. And it's going to be very hard for Urban to play back here with the pocket 2s. Now, if he did decide to go with this hand, which wouldn't be totally outlandish, because DeMolder would have a reputation of being an action player, but no, he doesn't play back. And it's folded. And actually, just guys, please bear with us. That wasn't, the graphics are incorrect. That wasn't actually DeMolder in seat 4. That was our player in seat 2. And just bear with us. The technical team are top class. They'll have this sorted out very quickly. We're looking at a feature table of the WSOP Europe. And it looks like we got our sound back. That was Kaska, seat 2, who 3-bet with 8-7. And David Urban, the Slovakian, who opened with 2-2, folded. Looks like we got our sound back. And expect the table talk to come from the center of the table here. Matthias DeMolder, Belgian superstar poker, former Poker Stars team pro, twin to Christian, highly experienced tournament player. Immediately to his left is the Polish EPT champion, Malik. And see both of these guys in a hand. Okay. seat names there are not correct, guys. I can tell you that because
Is this your first booking?
Matthias de Mulder is not in seat 6.
1A and then
And Malik is not in seat 2. Oh, they're the chip counts. They're the size of the chip stacks. And you can see Malik has a very substantial chip stack, 186.
and the water. Water can be
And we're looking at De Mulder and Malik. We're sitting side by side.
Here you are now at the feature table.
That's Naz, seat 7 with the beard. Having a chat there with Michel Brodsky, the Dutch player, in seat 8. Pilotti with the hoodie and sunglasses, German-based player, seat 6. And there is a hand going on here, guys, but the camera, there's a little problem with the camera, but it will be sorted very soon. And I'm looking forward to seeing the outcome of that hand. It looks like the young Polish EPT champion. He's in seat 5 with the glasses and the red top. Looks like he's stacking the chips. And that's going to leave Matthias pretty short, depending, of course, on how big the pot was. But I believe that Matthias now is one of the short stacks here. He's in seat 4 with the glasses. The chip leader at this table is seat 8, Brazu, the German. And Urban in seat 1 has picked up Ace King. And it's folded around to the small blind. Box to fold. And Pilotti in the big blind decides not to play with Jack 3. And Urban takes down the blinds. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate the company. We're looking here at the chip stacks. And you can see Michel, the Dutch guy, Dutch professional, is the biggest stack. And Matthias is down to 87,000. David Urban, seat 1, is the short stack. And Nazar here in the screen, also short. It looks like he's playing around 70,000. He's on the big blind here. This is not a cash game, guys. This is a tournament you're watching. And we have a Ace King here on the button. And we're going to see a click back here, possibly. Malik is in very late position. Pilotti will understand that his range is quite wide, and Ace King is top of that range, without a doubt. It's 5,400 raise. Now, is Naz going to get creative here because the pot is already 16,000. He's only playing about 60,000, but he feels that he's priced in just to make the call. He's king 7 on the big blind, ace king on the button, and pocket 2's Pilotti in seat in the small blind position. What a flop for Naz, and you can see doing the mathematics always helps. There's a raise, a call, he's on the big blind, and he makes up the bet with king 7, and now he is going to get paid without a doubt. He's flopped trips, he's turned a full house, and it's a really good check here if he could have the discipline to check again after flopping trips, turning a full house, and giving the button the pre-flop raiser, who is the aggressor pre-flop, but he has a hand. He's ace king now, a 10,000 bet. Now this kid Malik is top class. He may be disciplined enough to get away if he's faced with a big raise. But that's maybe what we're going to see. No, it just looks like a flat call. So Naz is a complete nuts here. He's ruling out pocket kings. He's possibly ruling out 9s. It was checked on the flop. It'd be very unfortunate if Malik had jack. So he's very comfortable here. He's trap checking. He's not worried about a better hand beating him. He's checking in the hope that Malik on the button will make a bet, and I think that's what Malik is going to do. He has ace king. That's 2 pair with the maximum kicker. There's a lot of hands that pay him off here. A weaker king pays him off. Jack 10, Jack queen pays him off. But he is concerned, Malik. 2 7s on the flop, and it's not out of the question that Nazar, who flatted the raise on the big blind, could be holding a 7. But I think this kid is going to value bet this because Nazar's hand is so well disguised. Oh, and that's so unfair. That's, and I just have to hand it to this guy, Nazar, the way he's played that, and he has got maximum payout. I really like the way he played it. And Malik, I can't really blame Malik. And that's quite a hand. That was incredible how Nazar had the discipline to check the flop when he flopped trips. He was holding king 7. It came 9 7 7. Then he turned a full house and was checked in the small blind, and Nazar checked again. And Malik made a 10,000 bet. Nazar just flat called and checked the river. Was very disciplined play, because many times it's checked back in that position and he doesn't get value for his full house. But he checked again into Malik. Malik would have a reputation for being quite aggressive, so that's what Nazar was figuring on, that regardless of what he was holding, he was going to have another crack at it, and he put them all in on the river, and that's a double up for Nazar. If you've just joined us, Fintan Gavin is my name from Ireland. Really appreciate you viewers spending time with us here at King's Casino. We're very excited about live poker. This is what we do. We love poker. We love these big tournaments, million guaranteed in this event alone. And Nazar down another pot. He must be feeling good about life right now. Always good to double up, but when you're short, it feels so much better.
What you had. Might as well say it now. I kind of feel like having to watch this.
And Malik, former EPT Barcelona champion, seed 5. He's thinking about that. He's replaying that hand in his mind. He's thinking to himself, was that a bad play in his behalf? He's going to try and put that behind him. He has a sizable enough stack. He's still above average. But he's after doubling up a very dangerous player here in Nazar. Malik straight back to business. It's a perfectly reasonable raise in the hijack position. It's 2 seats before the button. He has a pair. He's made it 5,400. And the chip leader on the table, Rosu, with ace 10 of clubs in the small blind, opts to flat call, and Urban, who is on the big blind at 2,400 in the pot already, felt he was priced in to call with his 4-3 of hearts. And first to act is ace 10, who has flop middle pair and has checked around to Urban. Urban has checked, and I think a bet will take this down by Malik. This turn card is a queen, and he decides to check. He's given up here, Malik. He doesn't have the heart to try and take it down, and our chip leader on the table, Brusu, with ace 10, feels that whoever takes the initiative here will take down this pot, but I'm not sure would he be fit to call a raise if it was rebet back to him. There's a flush out there, 4 cards to the straight, and that's what Urban was thinking of playing back, but decided against it. And Brusu with the best hand adds to his chip stack, and you can see he's 420,000, 175 big blinds, massive stack here. The average stack would be around 110,000, I believe. And the short stack at the table is seat 8, David Urban, who's played about 20 big blinds. Sorry, he's in seat 1. He's in 8th position. Seat 1. He's playing less than 50,000. picked up a hand here, sixes. But there is a raise. I see 3. Rozvadov, who was under the gun, opens with ace queen, and this young kid is super aggressive and is never flat calling here with a small pair. If he's going to play, he's going to try and be the aggressor and look with seat 1 or short stack, and I'm pretty positive he's going to go with this. Now there is a raise and a re-raise, which is a signal of strength, but I think jacks in this position, I think he must go with it. There's already 26,000 in the pot. It's quite probable that an all-in raise here would take down that pot. The fact it was Malek that re-raised, and he's involved in so much of the action. He has a reputation for being quite aggressive, and I'm pretty positive that Urban, who has been playing with him for a while, will be smart enough to take that into consideration, but he gives up the jacks. And I think that's a big mistake. I think he would have taken down the pot there. But he decided that jacks wasn't the hand he wanted to play, and Malek gets one caller from Rozvadov with ace queen, and that's not the worst flop for pocket sixes. It's come king 3, and I think a bet will end this. That's 11,000 bet into a 35,000 pot, and I don't think Rozvadov can continue here. He really doesn't know where he is. Malek showed extreme strength pre-flop by 3-betting. It's come king 3, and Rozvadov was playing around 150 to start the hand, has decided to peel another card, float as it were, and an 8 has come. Sixes are in the lead, but Malek won't be convinced after Rozvadov called him, so Malek's going to check back here, and Rozvadov needs to bet big if he is going to take this pot. And he's given up, and Malek will probably figure out that his sixes have a pretty strong chance of taking this down, and that's exactly what's happening. And seat 1, David Urban, who had Jack pre-flop, and that's going to frustrate him even more. He's playing less than 20 big blinds. Rozvadov opened, and Malek, who's involved in everything really, 3-bet, and David Urban decided that jacks was not strong enough to go with and folded pre. And he's just after watching Sebastian Malek take down a very sizable pot there with pocket sixes.
You can describe a person though. If it happens, you're like, okay.
So David Urban short stack in seat 1, and Michel Brucey from Holland is our chip leader on this table with 420,000. He's in seat 8. Matthias, who He's one of the twins from Belgium. Many people will be familiar with his PokerStars days. He is also one of the short stacks in seat 4. And this guy, Nazar, who smartly doubled up against Malik earlier, is raising with Jack 9 of clubs, and it's folded around here to Wizorik in the big blind, who's just lost a sizable pot. And this is very speculative. 8-3, he has the clubs. But the bad news of clubs come, he's in bad shape. And Ace King 7. Nazar did show aggression pre-flop. He was the pre-flop raiser, and this should be a straightforward continuation bet on an Ace King 7 board, and Wizorik will fold. 3,800 bet, and that's what happened. And if you've just joined me, my name is Fintan Gavin from Ireland. We're watching the WSOP Circuit Event. This is the main event. It was a 1,650 buy-in, 1,500 plus 150 buy-in. There's a 1 million guarantee in this event. We're on to day 2. The blinds are 12, 24. There's approximately 65, about 10% of the field just coming into the money here.
I just think if you're going at this rate tonight, no sleep for you.
651 players started.
Never 6 hours before I sleep. Yeah, you can't handle it. Well, who knows if you're gonna have to sleep in 6 hours, right?
And Matthias has raised here. Not sure what the action was. I think Matthias is on the big blind. And I think it was just flat called into him. And De Mulder made the raise. Caster has hit that flop with the flush draw. It's gone check, check. And now Matthias will certainly represent that king on the turn. But I think he's going to find that Casca will stick around.
So it's nice to still be in.
And no, Casca decides not to chase and fold. And again, you see so many times the aggressor with the advantage. And Matthias, one of our shorter stacks here, takes down a pot. It's quite a prize pool. There's 183,000 for first place. We're actually in the money now. Urban, who's had no success whatsoever since we've been watching this table, has finally decided to fire, and he's re-raised all in after Nazar opened. And that's going to end it. And he's thinking to himself, why didn't I do that with the jacks earlier? Thanks for joining us, guys.
Start eliminating that one.
Just with your demoulders, actually, Casca, wrong names. No, I think the graphic you were looking at was the chip counts, if I'm right. Demoulder is in seat 4, that's Matthias Demoulder. And Casca
Oh, and there's a
is in seat 2.
I don't have to be worried. There's so many on there.
We have actually 176 players left, so we're actually not near the money yet. Apologies for that, guys. 176 players remain, and the payout for first place is €183,350. So the average stack is 100 grand, and we're looking at Malik here with an absolute monster. Just wondering how he's going to play it. Remember, he doubled up Nazar earlier on, and he's not messing about. He re-raises, and Nazar has ace jack, and he's clever enough to realize that his hand can be absolutely dominated by a 3-bet many times, but he's thinking he has position on this young guy, and he's very aggressive, Malik. He's played almost every hand that we've watched here, and he's decided to take a flop in position. So Malik has kings, 1 heart. Nazra has, oh, that's a disaster. This is action. I mean, if the chips don't go in here, I'd be very surprised. I mean, Nazar, who's called the 3-bet pre-flop, there's 40 grand now in the pot. And I mean, it couldn't be much better really for Nazar, but he's actually still behind. The kings are ahead, but it's a virtual coin flip here. The ace jack will have to improve, and we're going to see a bet out here. I'm not sure how much it is. They look like 5k chips, and if that's 4 of them, that's 20,000. And it's very reasonable for Nazar to move in here, because many times he's ahead, and on the few occasions that he would be behind to a bigger pair, that he is live and he has outs, and he's controlling the pot size here. He's just opted to call, and that's showing a lot of discipline. Now, this kid knows that Nazar can call him with there's quite a lot of hands that Nazar can call him. There's no straight out there. There's 2 flush draws now. There's the clubs and the hearts. So I think a move. I think a bet here, another bet by Malik, a sizable bet, is the right move. His kings are good. I'm sure he feels they are. And we're going to see a 35,000 plus bet, I'm sure.
55,000.
That looks 55,000. That's a huge bet. And this is decision time for Nazar. He's top pair, he's top kicker, he has enough flush draw. But the problem is Malik showed a lot of strength pre-flop. He could have been re-raising with queens, kings, or aces. So that's going through Nazar's mind. What's also going through his mind is this guy's at it. And he says all in, and that's a perfectly reasonable move. And you're going to see Malik snap call, I think. You are, yeah. And Nazar is going to have to get lucky. And the stack sizes are very similar. We're going to have a monster chip leader here. And that's a punch in the stomach for Malik, who actually goes bust there, I believe. And we're going to see Nazar win a monster pot, which gives him a stack of 3 times plus the average. And that's really disappointing for this guy. I really liked him on the table. He's a class act. And they're doing a chip count. It was very close, but unfortunately for Malik, and I'm sorry viewers, but it seems like Malik still has chips. The graphics were incorrect. These are all low value chips you see in front of him. He's extremely short. And it's showing him 31,000, which is 12 blinds Malik now has. And Nazar up to 300,000, 125 big blinds. And I don't think, it's very hard to see that hand playing out any other way. The only move I feel that Malik could have made, if he was continuing on the turn, that a jam all in possibly might have got through. I'm not convinced though, because he has the reputation for being aggressive, and a move all in with complete air is what that guy is capable of. And you're going to see him probably make a bet here. And he's gone all in with the 9-10 of suited on the button. And Nazar is going to fold in 9-5. And it's been bad news for this young guy at this table. He's down to about, he's less than 15 big blinds, and it's all good for the Lebanese German-based player Nazar, seat 7. He's gone from 60 odd thousand, which was well below the average stack, to now 300,000 chip stack. Average chip stack at this stage in the event is approximately 100,000. And there's some real talent here at this table. some very mixed styles. The action all coming from the middle here of the table with these De Mulder and Malik. And you're going to see Malik move in again, I'm sure, with sixes. He's playing 37,000, he's not going to mess around. And he does go all in. And he gets the Jack Queen to fold. And the 5-4 on the big blind folds, and Malik scoops another pot, but unfortunately it's all the small pots we're seeing him scoop at this table. And we've seen him double up Nazar twice and practically give him his entire stack in the last half an hour here. And Nazar all chat now. The other chip leader, the Dutch guy in seat 8, Michel Brucey from the Netherlands. And Malik playing around 40,000 now. And Matthias here, I think 8-7 of hearts is what I seen the graphics say earlier. But he's just moved in here. Oh, it's... Okay, the graphic here is saying it's Casca with ace-9. And he's all in, but that is not Casca, guys, I assure you. And Malik folds ace-6 of hearts. And Matthias is the player that's all in, not Casca. And Matthias de Mulder from Belgium, twin of Christian, both on the circuit for 10 years plus now, both played at the highest level, both former PokerStars team pros. And certainly Matthias would be the most experienced player at this table. And first to act here, Wizorek folding his 5 high, and that Malik now, Queen 8 of hearts folds, Lotti folds, and we're going to see a raise here, there's no doubt in my mind. Ace Jack on the cutoff, very reasonable decision here to raise into the button on the blinds. He has a big stack. El Nazar, ace, queen of diamonds, Brucey, who we haven't seen much of, just staying out of trouble there with king 8 on the button. And it's folded into the blinds, and I believe we have a call. And again, the graphic is incorrect there, guys. It is saying De Mulder, but that's actually Casca. And Casca's hit top pair. And that's a very smart check there by Nazar. Many times you'd see the pre-flop razor continue bet on a king high board, but he opts to check here, Nazar. And Casca's betting out, and I think Nazar will give in here. He'll surrender. Casca, from what I've witnessed, is quite conservative, and Nazar elects to fold. And no one really doing anything wrong there. Nazar ace, jack suited, late position, raises and folded to the big blind. Casca defends with king, queen and flops a king. Just joined us, guys. We are live in Rozvadov. We're watching a WSOP Circuit Main Event. The buy into this tournament was €1,500 plus 150 registration.
I'm not getting there yet. I'm not getting there yet.
651 entries. Created a prize pool of 975,000. However, Kings have guaranteed 1 million payout, and that's what the payout will be. There's about 165 players left. We're well into day 2 here. My name is Fintan Gavin, and I'll be joining you for the remainder of this live stream. English channel. Appreciate your thoughts. Please keep the comments coming in. And our short stack is in seat 1, and he has picked up the maximum starting hand. He's playing less than 50,000, and our chip leader has raised in late position with Queen 7 of clubs. And
16,200.
and Urban has played this very smart. He's just flattered the original raise of the chip leader in seat 8, and look what's going to happen here. Zurich tried to squeeze with ace-jack. There was a raise and a call on the button by Urban, who smartly disguised the strength of his hand. He's probably going to move all in, and he's going to get called, and that is very smartly played. We're going to see the aces get all the money in pre, and there's no better way to play aces than getting the money in pre-flop. And this has created a very substantial pot here, 114,000. Very safe flop. Could be drawing dead on the turn, and that's what he is. 0%. Zurich. And he played that very aggressive. There was a raise in late position by the chip leader in seat 8. Urban, one of our shorts, the short stack at the table. Ace on the button. Opposite flat call. And he is doubled up here. David Urban is doubled up now. And you see Roman Zurich, who squeezed with ace-jack there on the big blind. And then Urban moved in. Zurich forced the call. The mats were compelling. And he's doubled up our short stack Urban. And now the short stack at the table, Sebastian Melik, seat 5, and Warwick with 24 big blinds in seat 3. We've seen this guy miss an opportunity with jacks earlier on. Playing a very patient game. The jacks weren't strong enough to make his move, but he did pick up aces and he played them very smartly. Just flat call pre-flop, flat at the raise, and got all the money in pre when it was 3-bet by the big blind. And now Urban widening his range. He has the cushion of having a stack above average, and he raises in the cutoff. He makes it 6,000 with Queen 10 of spades, and the graphic is saying that Casca is in the big blind, but believe me, that is Matthias de Mulder from Belgium. And it's gone check, check on the flop. Both players hitting a pair, but now Urban has hit 2 pair, and De Mulder drawing dead to a 4. And that's a bit of a scare card for Urban. He's just going to check this down because the jack brings 4 to an up and down straight. He just waves. He's very frustrated. He knows he played it bad and he's really disappointed in himself. He certainly missed a bet there in the flop, I'd imagine. And he does scoop the pot, and it brings him right up now. He brings him up to over 40 big blinds. And life is good for this guy right now. And in the danger zone now is Matthias, about 25 bigs.
I can hear you. So you playing like a team now? Did you score at least 10% or something?
That's chirpy chips there.
Yeah.
Not a word out of this guy. But he doubled with aces.
I know. Pretty much I know everything what I want to know. Or what I need to know.
I was talking in general, like life and stuff.
No, okay.
What do you want to know?
Yeah. You know, like live, you know. Double check, you know, in life.
And Urban opening up here. Again in late position. And Casca. That's not Casca again, that's Matthew de Mulder. And he moved all in, and I'm feeling Malek was going to do the same thing. And he gets a call. And we're going to see a straight race here. Ace Queen versus 5. And it's the Ace Queen of Matthias de Mulder. That's a 5. That's going to kill. That's over. It's all over for Matthias. And Urban, what a run he's on at the moment. Now, it's saying it was Casca, but believe me, you can see Matthias de Mulder standing up quickly from the table. That's his Dutch friend there. One of the chip leaders at the table. And what a roller coaster for this man at seat 1. David Urban. believe he was down to about 12 big blinds there at one stage. And we're just seeing him win 3 hands in a row here. And he's gone from short stack to about double the average stack. And this is our chip leader in seed 8. Bruce, Michel from Holland. And he's made it 6,600. And it's folded around to the button. Zorek, who's our short stack now at the table, along with Melek, you see here in the red top. Pilotti, we haven't seen much of. He's picked up pocket 2s. He's on the big blind. He's off to just a flat call, which is perfectly reasonable here. And not the worst flop in the world for pocket 2s. It's come 3-3 jack. And if Bruce leads out here, we're going to see a raise, I'm sure, from Pilotti to find out exactly where he is. I mean, I can't... Flat calling here will be a mistake, in my opinion. It's a raise or a fold. He's called with 2s pre-flop. It's come down 3-3 jack. He's up to just to call, and again that's a good card for 2s, because and our chip leader here, Bruce, he's still very much live. He's 2 cards to hit. He's going to have another go at this. That's going to take a lot of strength now from Pilotti, and this is why I would have preferred a raise there in the flop, because I think he would have found out straight away where he was, and the chances were it would end the hand, and he's after turning a winning hand into a losing hand there. And our chip leader continuing there on the turn, takes down a pot. If you've just joined us, we've just lost Matthias de Mulder. Now it's coming up on our screen, he's still in it, but that's Casca, guys. Just a little problem with our graphic. And you can see just there on 11 big blinds is our EPT champion, Sebastian Malik. And the monster chip stack at this table is Bruce and Nazar, 284,000. And David Urban, who's gone from the short stack up to 165 grand now, 55 big blinds. And first act is Bruce, who folds, and it's folded around. This is Casca here, not De Mulder. And he's going to enter the pot. He's only playing 80,000. And Wizoric has 4-2 of diamonds, and he's not going to go anywhere there. And this guy Melek is moving all in, and it's a perfectly standard move here. He's playing only around 10 bigs, and I don't think this guy can call. I don't think Casca can call, and he's smart enough to throw it away. I'm seeing a nice and steady, slow and steady comeback here by this guy Sebastian Malik, who lost a gigantic pot to Nazar in seat 7. Second chip leader here, he's playing about 300 grand now. You see him talking to the chip leader in seat 8, Michel from Holland. And Malik up to about 14 big blinds now. And
Yeah, no, yeah, my brother's.
We're well into day 2 WSOP Main Circuit Event here in King's Casino, the largest poker room in Europe. Viewers, can I just say, if you've never been here, it is certainly worth a visit. There's 24/7 action here. 22 cash games last night, at least. Could have been more. At one stage it was 22 cash games, and the action was furious. That's like, not to mention all the side events. There was 3 or 4 tournaments going on at the same time. There was a 6-max, and the local hero here, Martin Cabral, took down that ring event, and 17,000 plus in the 6-max. He played the satellite, fired 2 bullets in the satellite, was playing the satellite and the 6-max at the same time, running from table to table, came out victorious in the end, bringing his second WSOP ring event. And we also had the local tournament, the nightly 100 buy-in. We had a 150 adventurer tournament, and of course then we had the main event, day 1B yesterday. So full of action, King's Casino. Not even mentioning the gaming, there's some serious gaming action also. And appreciate your contributions here. And Dr. Spain just correcting me on my pronunciation of Sebastian's surname. It's pronounced Sebastian Mallets. And I had the pleasure of watching Sebastian in Barcelona. It's an incredible final hand when he turned enough flush, I believe, and his opponent had the made straight, and it all goes in on the river. It was quite funny to watch. He left the table, sitting down, having a drink, having fun.
Yeah, just having the exit. Oh, you want them, there's the 5s in the front.
She thinks they're too high and there will be an exit.
Oh, that way.
You should stack them.
Okay. I don't want my chips here, that's why I have to stack them up high. Should I
And our dealer just reminding our chip leader that the 4 cards need to be shown in the area, the boxed area. Large chip, value chips to the front of the stack. And one of our short stacks here is Wizork, who's having a tough time. Squeezed earlier on into the big blind with ace jack, but unfortunately ran into the smooth called aces on the button, and he doubled up David Urban. This is Nazar in the cutoff with Queen 9. And this value hand, this player is always raising in this spot. And you can see he gets a rag ace to fold and takes down the blinds. Button moves, and Casca is on the big blind. He's a short stack, and it's not a great time to be going for a cigarette or having a toilet break.
What? Should you let it know? Too many ships coming.
And Sebastian, telling David to remind Sebastian that to remind
That's why I have those in the front.
Casca that he is on the big blind. It's saying there in the graphic that Casca is out, but that's Casca in seat 3. We will get this graphic sorted, believe me, stay with us, guys. We're watching the main circuit event here, the 1 million guaranteed event. It was 1,650 to buy your entry. There was re-entries available. They collected 975,000 euro. Payout is 1 million, 1 million guaranteed. And this is our feature table on well into day 2 here. I'm Fintan Gavin. I'm going to be staying with you for the remainder of the English live stream. And appreciate all your comments. Thank you for joining us. Keep the comments coming, guys. Zorek in the big blind, who is our short stack at the table, along with Sebastian. And he's continuing here with second pair. Urban, who raised the button, and that card will give Zorek a little bit of comfort, because the likelihood of Urban holding a queen is mathematically less now that the second queen has come up on the board. And Zorek checks, he's opting to check call, and David Urban has given up here, and it's going to go check check, and Zorek may consider a value bet, but I'm pretty sure he'll want a showdown here. He's a disaster of a kicker, and it'll just go check check in my opinion, and that's what's going to happen. There's no way Urban can have another crack at this. The likelihood of Zorek having a jack or a queen is extremely high, and the chances of him folding to a bet now are probably zero. And he makes the right decision by checking back, and Zorek happy to take that down. And you can see Zorek now up to 86,000, 28 bigs. And Sebastian Mallet's still on 15 big blinds. Of course, our big chip leader there is Michelle with 141 blinds, massive stack. He's 4 times the average stack, Michelle Brucey. And Nazar, who's sitting to his immediate right in seat 7, is playing almost 100 big blinds. 1 million guaranteed main WSOP circuit event here. Blinds are now 1,500, 3,000 with a 500 running ante. And we're looking at our 2 chip leaders there to the right of your screen. Nazar with the beard, seat 7.
I mean, I can't say. I think it's a red small card.
And there was a card flashed, and Nazar quite rightly pulls up the dealer and says, I think I've seen a small red card, so it's going to be a redeal.
What if it's like, no, it's not. And we know that it's a card.
The one thing tournament poker players will always find is fairness. Very rare do you see players angle shooting in these games. played in a really good competitive spirit. And Nazar is under the gun now with a small pair, and the most of difficult hands to play. But he has a big stack, so he is going to enter the pot and he's going to raise. And it's folded right around now to the dealer, who's going to fold also with 7-3, pure trash. And we're going to see Zurich tank fold. Don't know why he's taking so much time. And Sebastian 9-2 folds. We have a break coming up soon, guys, but do stay with us. We've seen some really exciting hands so far, and this guy Sebastian Malitz was involved in most of them. The red top, former EPT Barcelona champion. And Nazar just opened there, small pair under the gun, decided to play it raised, and took down another pot. Brucey is playing a stack of 420,000 plus. The average stack is around 100,000. He's picked up ace 9 suited, and he's opposite to raise. And David Urban with ace rag decides to fold. And we have Zurich, who's going to take his time and fold. That's what he's doing. He's tank folding. I'm not sure why he's taking so much time, but he's never playing 4-3 in the cutoff there in the stack size he has. And it's folded into Nazar, who will defend, I feel, because that's the way he's been playing. He's defended his big blind quite often, well, in fact, every time. And this time will be no different. Versus the chip leader or not, he's still going to defend with 8-7. And we're going to see a flop between the two joint chip stacks at the table, and that's a good shot straight for Nazar, but Brucey has hit that hard. Top pair, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. He's going to continue, and Nazar has a good shot but probably won't chase because there's too much at stake with a chip leader there, and hits a straight. There's chance of a bigger straight. Brucey takes down the pot. Blinds are 1,500, 3,000 with a 500 running ante. And the short stack is in the middle of your screen. Sebastian Malitz, who's playing around 15 big blinds, I believe. And about 7.5 grand out there. That graphic saying demolder is actually not demolder. He has gone bust. There was a mix up with the seat draw, and that's Casca, who you see opening now with the 10-5 of spades. And that's Zurich that's raised with the Queen 10, and it's folded around to the blinds. And Nazar is in the small blind, and it's quite reasonable to think this guy will call here, because he does rigorously defend his blinds, but on this occasion he gives up 7-6 suited. And it's Michel now, our Dutch player. Everybody covered on some at this table. He's playing a gigantic stack. and he calls a 7,000 raise, and he's picked up quite a strong holding here in the big blind. He's playing ace jack of hearts, and that's a great flop for the big blind, and he's disguised his hand in that he just flatted a raise, and it's quite reasonable to see Rozvadov here lead out, as he was the one that raised pre-flop, and an ace has come, and this is pretty standard play here. It's a continuation bet by the aggressor on an ace high board, and I'd love just for Brucey just to flat call here and just give Rozvadov a bit more rope to hang himself, and that's what we're going to do. And this is lovely, just flat call, and this is nicely played. Brucey has played this very smartly, and this is a great card. This is a fantastic card for Brucey, because Rozvadov will now feel that the chances of Brucey having an ace are less likely, but he's just checking here, and a queen. That's disaster, really. That's the worst possible card for Rozvadov. And now, if this can go both ways, Brucey will probably value bet and get called, but if he checks, I'm pretty sure Rozvadov value bets, and that's a big bet, and he's going to get called. And this guy's going to see the bad news. He's calling here 100% of the time, I'm sure. And that's what he does, and he's just going to see the news, and then he shows the queen. And Brucey played that very well, in my opinion. He got pretty much the maximum. Could have checked that river, but perhaps many times Rozvadov will probably check behind. But I feel if he checked, Rozvadov would have another crack at it. Either way, he value betted himself. He put in a sizable 23,000 bet, and he's took down a monster pot, and it's the same story. It's Michel, our Dutch player, with all the chips, and you can see the frustration on Rozvadov there. He's now getting into the danger zone. He's the short stack at the table.
No wine today. No wine today. Be careful. Always careful. That's always fun. No, this is fun. We were playing some fish games. I saw him. Quite a lot.
There's a little bit of interference there. Please bear with us, guys. That'll be sorted very swiftly. And the graphic is saying Demolder with 8-8, but that's actually our short stack Casca. And he opened an early position with 8-8, and the big blind David Urban. Oh, that's a horrible flop. 8-8 versus King 8, and of course the 8 doesn't come, the King comes, and it's a pretty horrible board for Casca, and he'd probably pay off at least one bet here. Turn is a 3 of spades, and the action is on Urban, who is going to bet out his king, and he's certainly getting called at least once by Casca, not Demolder, by the way, just joined us. This is Casca, one of our short stacks. Now, this is an interesting card because none of the flushes get there. Straight draw doesn't get there. And the decision now with David Urban is, does he value bet his 2 pair? And this is the skill of tournament play. These bets are so important. You need to maximize every pot that you're going to win. You need to get the maximum out of it. And this is painful now for Casca, who's going to call here. I feel he is going to call. He really is only beating a bluff, but there's a lot of hands that have missed, and he's going to see, and that's disgusting. King 8 versus 8s, and the king comes, and that's a very sizable pot for David Urban, who made a very skillful value bet there. And we see Casca now, C2, 15,000, 5 big blinds. And there's 2 other short stack there. Mellett's 16 big blinds. He's shown a lot of discipline, lost a gigantic pot, and just taking his time. He's chipping up a little bit, and we Zurich there, C3, also the short stack. But this guy, C1, it's all going his way lately. He's played it very well though. He's played the Maces earlier on, fantastic. Against this guy, Zurich, who is going to fold Queen 9. Mallet's is folding, and Pilotti, who we haven't really seen play anything yet. We've seen him play pocket 2s without any success against the chip leader earlier. He folds and he takes his hood and glasses off. And Nazar folds and asks for a glass of wine, I believe, of the beautiful waitress. And Michel on the button. I'm not sure what Michel did. Did he open? No, he didn't. He folded. And it's Urban yet again. It's Urban on the small blind. And this is a raising hand, in my opinion, against a short stack. He's very little chips, and he's going to go all in. And there's no doubt in my mind he's going to play this. He's put all his chips in. He's going to get snap called.
I was just so afraid. I just don't want to see this. I hate this.
Why is he saying I hate this? I don't understand. He's king queen. He's never folding here, guys. It's only 6,000 back to him. He's getting about 4.5 to 1 here, and he has a very reasonable hand, blind and blind. This is a snap call, and this is bordering on a slow roll, in my opinion. Oh, please excuse me. I got the mathematics around. It's a 40. Yeah, I understand now. It's 55,000 all in. The graphic was saying earlier he had 15,000. He's 55,000, and this makes a lot more sense. And I don't think he's actually going to call. It's quite sizable.
I call. Against you, it's a snap. Boom.
He's saying to Mallets that it's a snap call against him, but cask cap. Seat 2 and 55,000 all in. And it's a tough enough spot here. It's blind and blind. Urban has raised. I believe Urban made it about 8,000 pre-flop, and then Casca moved all in. And it is tough, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with folding here. And he does fold. And Kask has increased his stack by 12,000 there.
Ja już jak są inne nakłady sadzone, bo mam pięknie, to będzie za sobą. To jest za sobą. No, tak upadł.
If you've recently joined us, you're watching a WSOP Circuit Main Event. My name is Fintan Gavin. We are live from King's Casino, and we're just watching former EPT champion Sebastian Mallets all in here under the gun with ace 10. He's going to get snap called here by Pilotti, who'll probably re-raise all in, I'd imagine, just to isolate. And he's going to have to get lucky here, Mallets, if he's going to survive. We haven't seen much of Pilotti. He's been playing very conservative, hence the very slow call here. But this, in my opinion, is a hand that's going to play, and he does the right thing. He moves all in, and it's going to be folded all the way around. There's an ace, which is bad for Mallets to see another ace out of action for him. So there's only two aces left to hit. He can hit hearts, he can hit a straight, although Pilotti has two blockers to the straight. And now this is interesting. We have Wizoric with a pair in the big blind, and he's a very short stack, but he folds. And Mallets, Sebastian Mallets, all in, our Polish superstar versus Pilotti. And it's the queens are way ahead here, and that's no help, no hearts, backdoor straight possibilities that would give a set to Pilotti. Now he needs a ace and ace only, and there's only two aces in the deck. It's a 20-to-1 shot, and it doesn't come. 10, he hits his 10, but that's not much help to him, and it's very disappointing to see the end of this guy. He's a class act. Everything he's done here today is confirmed what a unique and creative and top class player he is. And he open shoved about 15 big blinds with ace 10 of hearts. Nothing wrong in my opinion with the play. Unfortunate to run into the queens of Pilotti. But once Pilotti calls, I'm pretty sure that Sebastian knew he was in big trouble. Pilotti, very conservative. And we've lost two exciting players. De Mulder in seat 4, the former PokerStars pro, and Sebastian Mallets in seat 5, EPT Barcelona champion. And we are six-handed at this table. I do believe there'll be a break very soon. And we will have more players coming, guys. Please bear with us. And Nazar, ace, king of diamonds, under the gun, which is first to act pre-flop, and he is raised, and it's folded right around to the big blind, and Pilati has called on the big blind, and Nazar has missed this, but he has position on Pilati, and Pilati is checked. Pilati is backdoor hearts, backdoor straight draw, but pretty positive a bet will end this, and it's Jack 3-9, and there's nothing wrong with continuing here. He did raise pre-flop. He knows that Pilati is a ultra conservative player, so he's not going to get smart with him, and Nazar does the correct thing in making a bet and picks up the blinds and the pot. And it looks like we're going to have a change of table, guys. We're going to have a brand new table of players for you very soon. We're definitely going to see one or two of these guys in the latter end of things. There's no doubt in my mind. Very impressed with Nazar. David Urban played quite well as well.
One more hand.
And we're going to have a break, and we'll be back very soon.
Thank you.
Just to let you know, guys, that this break actually will be a 30-minute break. So we'll be back in 32 minutes. Please do join us. I'm signing off for the next half an hour, but I will be back. Fintan Gavin is my name. We're live here from King's Casino, the WSOP Main Circuit Event. And we're playing for a €1 million prize pool, 183k up top. Thank you.
steht mit deiner Hand. Ich kann nicht. Nee, Moment. Nee, der dritte im Grunde. Why are you hiding now? Once a little like you start hiding. I play like 63 before the hand, I guess.
Just jokes.
Good or bad? Maybe.
Last time was good for you, huh?
For him, not so big.
I was with you. Sorry. See more feels different now.
Almost a straight up.
Yeah.
Wow. That's the nuts.
It's for the ceremony. Test, test.
Done.
Test, test, test.
No, was ich calculate? Closer gewesen.
Welcome back, guys. Thanks for joining us. You're joined here by Fintan Gavin. I'll be with you for the duration of this live stream. The tournament we are watching is the WSOP Main Circuit Event here in King's Casino, Rozvadov. Buy-in was €1,500 plus registration fee. The guarantee was €1 million with 651 players. So it created money collected of 975,000. But the payout is 1,183,000 for first place. We're down to about 165 players, and 71 players get paid, with the min payout 3,600. And we have a all-in by Luck. And he's certainly going to get called here by the small blind, who has picked up Ace King. Very similar stack sizes, both are short. And Lack did not want to hear a call, but now that he sees the hand, he's not as in bad shape as he could be. But the king on the flop is going to put him in bad shape, and that ends it. Hit the 7 on the turn, but no good. And we have our first player down, Jonas. Lack has just gone bust. And Michael Hen has now 105,000. The average stack is about 115,000. Hello, Dr. Spin. How are you? Chris is there. Thank you for joining us, guys. Seagull 3, how are you? Yes, we will be streaming the final table. We hope that will be tomorrow. But there's a possibility that it could go to Wednesday. Sorry, it could go to Tuesday. Today is Sunday. I'm here so long I'll forget what day it is. But today is day 2, Sunday, and there's a chance that this tournament may be extended pending how the bust outs go. But we will be here till late tonight with you. And we're looking at the German Michaelis in the hijack racing with Queen 10 and Moritz with Ace-6 in the big blind. And that's something for both players there. Michaelis is the pre-flop raiser, and I know this gentleman, Gas Man, Michael I call him. I chopped a tournament here with him not too long ago. This guy in the button. And he checked the flop. And Moritz has bet out. Sorry, that seat 6 is Michael Hen. That was Michaelis. And the blinds are 2,000, 4,000. The average stack is about 27 blinds. You can see it there, 112 players left. And 651 entries. The min cash, 175,000 actually is the average stack. The min cash is 3,671 players get paid. $112 players left. 175,000 is the average stack. And Queen 9 suited. Eller in the hijack. Raises Michael from Israel folds. And it's folded around to Yusuf in the big blind with a weaker queen off suit. Yusuf playing 152,000. Has opted just to flat call. Now the raiser, Healer, is playing 75,000. There's 23,000 out there. It comes king, king 2, and even though he showed aggression pre-flop, Euler has decided to check the flop. The turn now is an 8, and I feel first to bet will win this, but Yusuf can't pull the trigger. Now he is a strong favourite to win here, Euler. He bets out, and that's going to end the pot.
Only 4? The 5,000.
We're 7-handed, but we will get another player very shortly. Players are playing for 183,000 up top here. And Euler now has picked up a genuine hand. He's raised with ace queen. And Gulas in the cutoff. That's the first position before the button. He's decided to play this hand, and he's made it 23,000. Now, given Euler's stack size, he may play back here, and it's a reasonable play to move all in here with ace queen. Euler, ace queen, opened the betting. He raised to 9,000. It was the second hand in a row he raised. And Gulas, with the 10-9 off, has decided this guy is too active. I position on him, and he has re-raised him. But Euler he's pretty short, and he gives it up. And that's incredibly strong play there from Gulas. And Euler surrendered, opened with ace queen, but folded to the re-raise. We're looking at a blinds of 2,000, 4,000. The average stack is about 180,000. And there's your chip counts. No monster stacks at all. This table is fairly short stacked. I mean, the last feature table we had just before the break, there was a 400,000 plus a 300,000. So there's actually no one here above average stack, which is quite incredible. Everyone very short. Not very short, but a lot of short stacks. Like the biggest stack here is 40 odd blinds, which is the gentleman Yusuf Gulas, who we just seen 3-bet Andres Euler. And this is a battle of the blinds here. The small blind, Silverman, has ace 3 suited, and he had 2,000 in for the small blind. The big blind's 4,000, and Silverman has made it 12,000 with ace 3 of hearts. and the king 5 Michaelius folds, and of course Silverman flashes an ace, which always translates to ace rag.
Yeah.
Men Russell får väl för det.
So 110 odd players left. 71 make the money. The minimum payout is 3,600.
Cynthia, Formen, všimni se posledce, servis. Jo, dík.
And Silverman is making a play here. He's re-raised. Euler. Now Euler opened not too long ago with ace queen and folded to a 3-bet. And he's been 3-bet again. And he makes the call here. And both have picked up a flush draw. Euler's jack of diamonds a lot stronger. And Silverman, who re-raised pre, has bet out. And it's a show of strength here by Silverman. 3-betting pre, comes out ace high, 3 diamonds. Silverman has pure junk, but he's going to win this pot. And Euler now down to less than 20 big blinds. And this is our new player, Ivan Baric. Not to be mixed up with Ivan Banic. Recent winner here. And you can see the stack sizes are very moderate, no big chip leaders. Our new player, Ivan Baric, is average stack with about 45 big blinds. He's moved into the empty seat. Gulas in early position, Muck's ace 9. Morris folds, and Yusuf here is going to open with ace 6 of hearts, it looks like. That's what he's done. He's raised it to 11,000, and this is the problem when a new player comes to the table. The local knowledge, as it were, is not up to speed. You wouldn't have much information what's going on, how the table's playing, and he's decided to call with his pocket twos and set mine. And Michaelis with ace 8 suited folds, and if folds, Euler has folded, and Michael Hen on the big blind has got out of the way also. And we're going to look at a heads-up pot here, and it's a strong flop for Yusuf. He's flopped the nut flush draw. However, it's not the worst flop in the world for Baric, who called with 2s before the flop. It's come down 10, jack 10, but he decides he's not going to continue, and Yusuf scoops the pot. You're very welcome, guys. If you've just joined us, we're watching a tournament. No cash stream today. This is a live tournament. It's the WSOP Circuit Event. The buy-in for this was 1,650, and we had $1 million guaranteed. We made 651 entries in total. The poker room has been absolutely buzzing here for the last couple of days. 22 cash games last night is what I counted at one stage. There could have been more. There was 22 at one stage, and they range from 1, 3, right up to 100, 200. We also had a 6-max ring event yesterday, and Martin Cabral, the local Czech-based player who plays all his poker here at King's, took it down for his second ring event, and Josef has raised again, and it is Barrick again, and he's just elected to flat call, and Michaelis is certainly going to raise this, there's no doubt. Ace King, and he's 50,000, he's going to put it all in, not a problem. And there is a chance that Barrage will call with Ace Jack, because he has 10.5 in, and it's going to be about 38 more to call. Now, Yusuf is not continuing. There's 9 high is not going to call here. I'd be quite amazed if he does call. He's only playing 150 grand behind. This is the guts of 40,000. 8, 9 of spades. He wants to see a flop. It's flops well, 8, 9 suited, but this is the kind of hand you want cheap. And there's been, after he raised, there's been a flat call from Barrage, who could be holding anything. And then we have an all-in on the button by Michaelis with Ace King, big slick. I feel that Yusuf will fold here, and I think there is a strong chance that Barrage will call with Ace Jack. What's going through Yusuf's mind here is this is a typical squeeze play by Michaelis. It's been a raise and a flat call, and it's an opportunistic bet that's trying to just take down the pot. And he's really taking his time here, Yosefi. And I'm quite surprised that he's taken this much time to make a decision. He's trying to convince himself that Michaelis is at it. But yeah, he was always going to fold, and Barrage asking exactly how much it is, and this is the guy that could call him. It's Ace Jack. He'd be hoping that he'd be up against a small pair or a complete bluff. And he's just trying to figure out, is it worth 38,000 to call? He's paying about 160 grand. It'd be a good, smart, disciplined fold here if he can make it. But it's a difficult one. There's already 80,000 out there. So he's getting 2-1 to call. It's quite attractive odds. There is a possibility that Michaelis has made a squeeze play here with absolute air. That's one of the things that's going through Barrage's mind here. Again, he doesn't have any knowledge on the players at the table and decides caution is his best play, and he just gives it up. And Michaelis had the goods, he had the Ace King, but he's absolutely delighted to take that down without a call, I guarantee you. A raise and a call, and he scoops the pot.
That's amazing.
Absolute incredible scenes here. I'm watching Michaelis with Ace King. Michaelis. I'm just getting a lesson in my pronunciation.
It's Michaelis.
Michaelis. And that is our head of technical team there, Paul, giving me all the information. Top class bloke. And if you've just joined us, you're watching the WSOP Circuit Event. And we just seen Michaelis with his ace-king take down a pot. And again, it's Barrage here now with a suited king, and his first few hands haven't gone well for him. He's getting up off the table to have a quick walk around, clear the mind. And Silverman here, who's very active, has raised with King Jack. And my good friend on the button, Michael Henn, gives a smirk and folds. And the action now is to the big blind. And ace, deuce. And Moritz makes the call. It's a 2 in the window. And it's queen 6-2. And it goes check, check. 5 on the turn. And Moritz checks again. And it seems like Silverman is not going to check twice. It looks like a 10,000 bet, or should I say it sounds like a 10,000 bet. Both are playing similar stacks here. Silverman raised pre-flop in position. Got called by Moritz with the ace deuce. Morris has hit a deuce. It's gone check, check on the flop. And Morris surrenders. And Silverman scoops the pot. Approximately 100 players remain from the 651 that started here at the WSOP Main Circuit Event here in King's Casino, the largest poker room in Europe. Incredible resort here, guys. Under construction is a 5-star addition hotel with a wellness fitness center due to be complete this summer. And the WSOPE is scheduled for October/November, where one of the events, the 111,000 one drop, capped on 111 players, already has 70 seats sold. All the top names in the world, in the poker world, will be participating. Ivy confirmed, Helmet confirmed. It promises to be quite incredible, this festival. Several bracelet events. Tons and tons of action. They really do a good job on scheduling support events during their festivals here. Always reasonable buy-ins, small to medium buy-ins supporting the bigger buy-in events. Yesterday there was a 600 ring event running alongside the main event. There was satellites to the main event. There was 175 adventurer re-entry. There was the 100 buy-in nightly event, and a serious spread of cash games, up to 22 cash games going at one stage. If you haven't visited this resort, I really recommend it highly. It's the biggest poker room in Europe, and it's a massive gaming area also. It's about an hour and a quarter drive from Prague airport, but also quite close to Nuremberg airport over the border. and home of many festivals. And we're watching one of them here, the WSOP Circuit Main Event. 1,650 buy-in, million guaranteed, 183,000 euro for the winner here, guys. Down to the final 100 players, 71 in the money. And Silverman with A7 under the gun raises to 10,500, and it's folded right around to the big blind, and Silverman scoops another pot. Some huge names still on the field, still there with stacks. Sam Grafton still there. Akin Tuna, big stack. Banana Man, local hero, still there. Martin Cabral, very short stack now at the moment. And we are watching blinds at 2,000, 4,000, and Gulas in the hijack. And if this guy's given an opportunity, he will take it. But Morris here in the cutoff with a playable hand. It's King Jack, and he will know that Gulas is quite capable of opening very light, and it looks like that Morris has elected to 3-bet, and it puts Yusfi in a bit of a predicament. If he could find a 4-bet, it would certainly win it for him, but I think he's going to fold, and that's what he does. And the small blind folds, and it's Silverman who moves all in, who has king, and he's not going to get called. That re-raise is going to take down the pot, and the genuine hand is 6-5 by Gulas opened. The King Jack 3-bet, and the King ends it. And that worked out quite well for Yosfi. The ace-9 made the smart move of folding, and if he would have convinced himself to 4-bet there, he would have found himself in pretty bad shape, with Silverman picking up the kings. The stacks are pretty short. There's no monster stack at this table. There's actually, I don't think there's anyone playing above average stack. The average stack is about 180,000. This is a tournament, guys. You're watching WSOP Circuit Main Event, and this is a massive 3-bet. Gulas opens yet again with very weak holdings, and El Yusfi puts in. The graphics seem to be incorrect there. Not sure what's going on here. Yeah. El Yusfi made it a massive 32k. El Yusufi again. Opening up, making it 9,000 in the hijack. But it's Euler on the big blind with ace-9. He has him dominated. He's playing a pretty short stack, Euler. He's playing about 14, 15 blinds. And he's just opting to call here. And it's come king high. It's a great flop for the king 9. We're going to see a raise, and that's going to be the end of it, I feel. And Euler there, just opting to flat call with his ace-9 suited. In very good shape against the king 9, but king on the flop. And the aggressor scoops another pot. Can we change his title? No. Ah? Ah, yeah, okay, no worries. Sorry, that's what I was trying to do. I made a balls of it. Players left. And Moritz with the kings, make it at 9,000. And Barrage here wants to play this hand by his look and demeanor. I'm not sure what's going on, why the floor is called here. And Barrage wants to play this hand, but he's going to find he has a problem now, gives it up. Silverman folds, and it's folded right around to the small blind of Euler and Michael Hen in the big blind. Not sure what he's holding.
Yeah, he was right.
I'm not sure. The floor was called there. There was a card flashed. It was a 10. Michael here makes the call with a7. He's up against king. He hits a 7. Don't think Michael's going to go too crazy. He's short enough. He's less than half the average stack. And he's checked into Moritz, who continues. No reason not to, a king, 2-10-7. Almost all the time here he's ahead. And Michael peels another card. And the 5. This is not great news now for Michael, because he feels he was ahead on the flop. There's no reason to fear he's gone behind. And Michael is convincing himself that Moritz has a big ace and has completely missed that board. But the fact that Moritz is going to bet yet again, this is a big concern for Michael. It's 22,000. It's about half the size of the pot. And Michael is stubborn. I know this guy. I played with him a few times. He don't give up lightly, this kid. Now, he is very disciplined. 100% positive he's not going to put all his chips in. If he feels he's ahead, he'll flat call. But this bet on the turn, he's planted seeds of doubt. He called pretty quickly on the flop. He felt he was ahead with the A7. 5 has come on the turn. We know that Morris has an absolute powerhouse and is going nowhere. And if Michael was to move in, he'd get snap called. And this guy, Michael, I played with him, as I've said. He's a tough cookie. He don't give up. He's not afraid to put chips in. He doesn't like being pushed around. That's what he thinks Moritz is at. And he's very close to calling this bet. And now he's trying to get a bit of dialogue going. He's vastly experienced, Michael, in the big blind, so I think he will suss it out. And eventually, Michael folds. Done absolutely nothing wrong there, Michael. Looking at the average stack now of 200,000. And if you've just joined us, you're looking at WSOP Circuit Main Event. We have less than 100 players. We're coming near the money. 71 players get paid. Minimum payout is 3,600. And again, look, no big stacks. Everyone is under the average stack at the table. And Andres Eiler in seat 5 and Michael Henn in seat 6 are the short stacks, along with Paul Mikalakis in seat 5. And that hand to be bothering Michael. But he made a good decision there. He had A7, he hit 7 on the flop, but he folded to the turn bet after calling the flop bet. And Barrage Ace 8 folds, and Silverman has folded the Queen 9. We're looking at the short stacks here. Euler on the button, he is short, he's playing 60 grand. The average is 200,000. Big blind's 4. And it's just a call here on the button with Queen 9. And Michael gets out of the way with pure rags, and this guy is very impressive. Gulas, he don't mess about, and he's not showing it. You're not getting a flop cheap with this guy. It's not really going well for Euler here at all. He's not showing enough aggression, in my opinion. Limping there on the button is a mistake, big mistake. All the stacks are pretty shallow here. Everybody is under average. Youthfree folds, Barrage folds, 10-2. And here we go. This guy has Queen, Queen. and he's going to open, and I think Michaelis will play this game. He's going to play ace-jack because Silverman is very active, and if this guy does go all in, I don't blame him. He's picked up ace-jack with 70-odd grand, and he's actually saved Euler here, who would have made the same move had Michaelis not done that. But it's going to be folded around to Silverman, who's going to snap call the all-in, and it's queens against ace-jack, and ace-jack is
Idea, but
fairly
not
bad shape here.
doesn't matter. That's my turn.
It's 150,000 in the pot. Silverman with the queens. Come down 2 hearts for a backdoor flush for Michaelis. But he needs to hit running jacks. And that's not happening, so an ace and an ace only is the only thing that's going to save his tournament life. Silverman has him well covered, and the king comes. And Michaelis with the ace-jack moving all in to Silverman's raise. And Guy Silverman now, the chip leader at the table. He's the first player here to go above average stack.
Seat open.
Seat opens as the dealer. Seat number 4, the German player, Paul Michaelis, gone bust. Ace-jack, no good. Andres Euler thinking there, I should have gambled. He had king-jack suited. You would have hit the king on the river. That's guarantee you. That's the thought going through his mind. He is short. He's only about 13 or 14 blinds. So he's going to have to make a move pretty soon. This is a new table we're watching here. Every couple of hours we change the table with the new players. And we're after seeing the second player go bust from this table. As I said earlier on, the stacks are pretty shallow at this table. This is our chip leader here, Silverman, who just picked up queens and held against the all-in of Michaelis. Michaelis is now gone, and it's folded around to the button. This guy, Gulas, is quality player. He's certainly knows the basics, no limit hold'em tournaments. Aggression is a vital component, and it's one thing that this guy has. And this guy, Yusfi, is quite tricky also. We've seen him three bet Gulas before. It's a perfectly reasonable hand to defend with, king suited. He's not to know that he's way ahead here, that Gulas has extremely weak holdings, but of course he hits the 2, but Yusfi has hit the 6. And Yusfi has opted to check call here, I'd imagine. At least one bet. And possibly a raise is in Yusfi's mind, but no, that's what he's doing. He's just check calling. There's 45 grand in the pot, and the diamond has come in the turn. No player has a diamond. Yusfi is checked, and this guy now might do the sensible thing by just slowing down, but he is aggressive enough to fire again. But no, he does slow down, and it's checked. And we're going to see a thin value bet here by Yusfi probably. He would like to definitely see. Yeah, he's put in a bet. And Gulas has a pair. He's bottom pair. It's a 13,000 bet into a 43,000 pot. nothing he's beaten. He's only beaten a bluff. And
So good.
Yusfi now is not comfortable.
I'm better than you, sir. Sorry? I'm better than you.
He's
For sure?
probably thinking
Ah,
that Gulas has something like pocket sevens, maybe ace six, ace eight. All this is going through his mind. He's not confident. I mean, if Gulas could find a raise within his range, but no, he gives it up, makes the fold. And Yusfi shows a six. It takes down a sizable pot.
it was like 6-2.
Like 6-2, 8,
One or more is calling somebody.
and 4.
Now there in the middle of your table, you see a very stressed out Michael Hen, who's quite short.
You bluff me, huh?
Sometimes.
And also, sitting to Michael's immediate right is Andres Euler.
On TV.
They're the two short stacks at the table.
2.5, 5.
We have an empty seat that will be filled quite soon. And Euler here may go for it. There's 10,000 out there. He's only playing about 50,000. He may put it all in, and that's what he does. And he's certainly hoping to get this around, because if he gets called, he's going to be in bad shape. Oh, look what Moritz has. It's queen, and this is going to be same story here.
Hello, guys.
And Euler in really bad shape.
Nice chip stack.
He heard the call. He didn't like to hear that. Was hoping it was ace king, ace queen, but now he sees pocket queens, and he's going to have to get very lucky. His diamonds are covered. He needs a hard flush straight, or to hit one of the two remaining twos in the deck. And here we go. And that's going to end it, I believe. There's no way back. Running twos is the only possibility. He's less than 1%. And that's all over. And that's painful.
Good game.
Andres Euler. It's our third bust out. Quick succession. Stacks are pretty shallow here. And
Should I put fish chip?
as one player sits down, another one gets bust. So we still have a free seat. We have a new player that's just joined us. Seat 4. Looks like
He gets me.
Alexander Peter from Germany.
Just kick on board.
Yeah, it's doing it straight. Yeah. He didn't have this thing.
No, okay.
I would have lost to 9 boost too.
And Moritz has opened on the cutoff. He's made it 11,000. And Yusfi has the button. Picked up a weak ace. Unsuited. Ace 2. It's a razor fold, I feel, and he opts to fold. And Baric from Croatia folds over to Silverman in the big blind. And Moritz folds in a pot. And our new player, Alexander,
So if I put my chip over the
yes, it's Alexander Sack from Germany. And again, he's playing a shortish enough stack. He's playing 20 big blinds. And as you can see by our stack sizes, there's no monster stacks at this table. We've had 3 bust outs in a row, so the stacks are creeping up there. They are getting bigger. And Michael is going to play this hand, I think. He's 70,000. It's King Queen suited. And he makes it 12,000. And look at this kid, Moritz. He's picking up some strong hands. We've seen him with the kings earlier against Michael. We've seen him bust out Andres with the queens. And he's just opted to call with the ace queen. And it's folded around to our new player, Alexander Sack. Also has an ace, ace 9 of hearts. So Moritz in the lead here. And that's a great flop for Michael, who's just gonna end this by putting out a strong bet. There's 40,000 out there. He's not gonna mess around. Looks like an 18,000 bet. It's 13,500. And Moritz there decided just to flap with the ace queen. He had Michael dominated. Not sure would Michael have called if he put them all in. He probably would have. And Michael now up to 100 grand, exactly 20 big blinds. Chip leader there, 52 blinds. Guy Silverman, C3. And Morris just playing 35 blinds now. He's still, even after knocking out Andres, he's still below the average. And the average stack is about 44 blinds, I'm told. It's gone up to 2,500, 5,000. 5,000 now is the big blind. Creeping up near the money. I believe there's about 80 odd players, 85 players left. Silverman on the button. It's going to re-raise here.
Re-raise. 31,000.
And Michael has king 9 of hearts, but I think he's going to get out of the way. Too much aggression shown already. There's been a raise, a re-raise. King 9 doesn't cut it, so he gets rid of it. And this guy's going to fold. Use fee. He's going to take his time. He tanks quite a lot. Doesn't make any decisions quickly, but he's not playing this hand, believe me. Queen 6. He's not putting 30,000 in. He's up against the chip leader. is tanking, but there's no way he's calling here. Silverman rightly, 3 bets on the button, and eventually we see Yusfi fold his garbage. There are the rings. We have a ceremony coming up, I believe. Last night's winner, Martin Cabral. What a tournament player. The Czech player who based here in Kings. See him in all the no limit cash games, all the big tournaments. He plays all the festival events. He's quite a character, love him or hate him. He's one of the best no limit tournament players around. He's won his second ring last night in the 606 max for 17,000 plus. Dr. Spin making a comment in the chat box here regarding Martin Caporel, great player, the Czech Kasuf. And I'd have to agree with you there, Dr. Spin. I've heard a few complaints from 1 or 2 players, not many. They feel Martin's table talk is bordering on angle shooting. I've never seen anything wrong. I think he uses it to his best advantage. Pushes the boundaries. He's some character. Makes me laugh at times. He'll sit down at a table. He'll have the dealer on their tippy toes and he'll be calling the floor. He'll try and run the whole thing if we give him the chance. But we're looking at serious action here now. I'm not sure what Baric from Croatia is holding. But this guy, Gulas, he's incredibly aggressive. And he's put in over 20% of a stack here.
Like 150, 160?
No, you don't have 150, Mr. Gulas.
This time we would like to present the next 4 ring winners at the WSOP Circuit Event here at Kings Casino.
Looks like.
First off, we have the winner of the No Limit Hold'em Pilo Mix. This had 95 entrants, generating a prize pool of 45,125 euro. First place took home 12,409 euro, along with a gold ring from Bulgaria, Alexander Denishev. Congratulations, man. This ring.
And that's the Bulgarian national anthem you're listening to. It's great to see these ceremonies, the WSOP. It's such a strong brand among the
So
poker
bright.
fans. And what an achievement to win one of these rings. Just looking behind, I think Gulas scooped that pot. Looks like he's stacking chips.
Congratulations, man. Good job, bud. Next up, we have the winner of the 5,000 euro buy-in high roller. He defeated 67 total entrants that generated a prize pool of 318,250 euro, taking home 100,249 euro, along with the WSOP Circuit Gold Ring from Greece, Gergios Koliafotis. Congratulations, babe. Apparently she did. That was quick too.
Yeah. Thank you.
Congratulations, man. Good job, bud. Next up, we have the winner of the WSOP Circuit Ladies event. She defeated 42 entrants. That generated a prize pool of €7,980, taking home €2,952 along with the WSOP gold ring from the Czech Republic, Silva Samordova. Congratulations. That's right. All right. And today we have the 6-max winner as well. He defeated a 116-player field that generated a prize pool of €66,120. He took home €17,556, also from Czech Republic. He has his wife here to accept the award. It was Martin Cabrillo. We have Hannah Saramakova. Good job. Thank you, guys.
And now we resume our coverage of the feature table here. And
All right.
it's the same story. It's Gulas in the cutoff. Creating the action with Jack 10. Barrage is in trouble because he's playing a extremely active player. He's flopped 2 pair.
Wow, you're still cleaning?
And he's almost dead here. He's only 4% on the flop. It's Jack 6 Jack. And Gulas is going to continue like he always does. And these two clash just before the ceremony. We've seen them clashing. And Barrage going nowhere. And a 6 would be an absolute disaster for Barrage. And that's probably a good card because it is an overcard to his 6. And he would certainly check here Barrage again, and another bet by Gulas will end it. And Gulas will bet because the flush draws come, and Barrage is actually holding a flush draw, and his percentage has actually gone up on the turn. And Gulas checking is one of his cards, a heart, the 10, no. So he will opt to bet, I'm sure. If he had a blocker to the flush, he may have let it go, tried to trap Barrage. Short enough, really. He's only playing 75k behind. He's 44 grand out there. He'll want to end it, I'm sure. And he's moving all in, I think. And that's a reasonable play, given that there's a straight draw and there's a made flush there already. Barrage folds. Gulas picks up a pot. And we have another player coming in. And Guy Silverman is the chip leader. And Yusufi, Barrage, and Moritz. Showing Andres Elder in seat 5, but he's bust from this tournament, and that's the new player, Andres, from Germany also. Andres Pies, it looks like. Or please help me with my pronunciation. Okay, Andres is not his name.
I'm not from whatever country they put. I'm from Croatia. They put the wrong flag. I don't know if it's Filipinos flag or what.
Ivan complaining about the wrong flag from Croatia.
Awesome to be from Philippines.
I'm sure our
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything.
graphics guys will sort that out straight away.
I'm from Croatia.
I am Canadian, Swiss, and American.
I don't know, I mean,
And Moritz has the goods, and it's Gulas again. Raising. He's very active, and this kid next to him is picking up premium hands. We've seen him with the Kings against Michael. We've seen him bust player earlier with the Queens, and now he's picked up Jacks. And he's making it 25,000. Gulas is not going to continue here. He's going to cut his losses. He opened 11,000 to 5,000 and a 1,000 chip there in front of him. 11,000 he opened for. Things going quite well for Moritz this table. And he's going to take this pot down. Gulas is tanking and trying to make out that he's going to make a massive fold here. Might even flash a king to him, but can't see him continuing. He's counting his chips. He has 100,000 plus now. The average stack is about 220 now at this stage.
So one more time.
And the player is from Poland in C5,
Croatia.
Piotr Trotsky.
Crotia.
Not exactly like this. Not like you said. Croatia
Don't
is
look
a
like
T, no?
Croatian, you know?
It's a T.
Yeah.
Croatia.
T.
You said T?
C-R-O-T.
This is the guy with the chips, the new player, seed 5.
Yes.
He's bringing almost $500,000 to the table.
My flag is
Citizen Swiss. I'm citizen. Huh? Yeah, I think.
You can see the average stack with 84 players left is about $250,000.
They don't know the flag.
And small blind. He has a stack, this guy, Silverman. And he's betting into Alexander's stack. And there's nothing in it. Pair of sevens versus 10 jack. It's the same value, both hands. It's a virtual coin flip here. And the jack 10 is hit. That's a really bad board for Silverman. It's just the 1 over card. So he's continued here. And Sack is going nowhere. And Sack is pretty short. It's a 26,000 bet, so he's completely committing himself if he continues here. And I think if he raises all in, that Silverman may call. And Alexander has just opted to flat call here, leaving himself 40,000 behind. And that's a real horrible card for Alexander Sack, because it's quite reasonable to believe that Silverman has an ace. But I don't believe he can fold here, no matter what the action. And Sack is just going to, Silverman is just going to put him all in, and he's no choice but to call here. Now that ace is a horrible card for him. And it's a bet that would get a bigger stack to fold, in my opinion. But because Sack only has 41,000 behind, I think he's going to call here. He's in real pain. It's horrible. It's a strong play by Silverman. That ace is a great card for him. He's representing it. And we just heard Sack say that ace is bad. But 40,000 behind. He needs to figure it out that many times Silverman is going to do this. He's going to rep the ace. He's got to understand this. He's got to believe this. He can't be afraid. He's got to make the call. Top pair in the flop. 40,000 behind. And he does make the call, and that's a great call. It's painful. He had to make it. And Silverman tried to make a move there. Try and represent the ace because he's the pre-flop aggressor. Average stack is just over $250,000. 84 players left, 71 get paid.
How long do you play here? In this evening?
Me or him? An hour?
How often do you change it? You know how often do you change it?
That's a really vital double up there. Vital call by Alexander Sack. I mean, he would have left himself on the respirator. He would have been right down to the cloth had he not made that call. And he struggled to make the call. But he did make it. That's our chip leader there in the camera. Polish player just joined us. And look who has a hand, guys. It's Gulas. And the beauty about being an action player is that if you do get a hand, you will get action. And he's opening here with ace-queen. And he's going to get 3-bet many times by a lot lighter because of the way he plays. And this is one of the players who will play back at him. It's Barrick, who has the right flag now beside his name. And our chip leader on the big blind has picked up Jack, and the only thing that may save Gulas here is that our new Polish player, Prizepools, would not be aware that Gulas is hyper aggressive. He's a serial raiser. And he's made the right decision here by re-raising, and I think we're going to see an all-in here by Gulas. I think he's going to put his chips in. He is 93,000 behind, and he's probably going to pick this spot to gamble. He could be... He's in a flip many times. He could be dominated. He'd be worried, obviously, about ace-king. He's reaching for his chips. He's counting out his chips. He opened with ace-queen. We got a call by Barrage. 13,000 call. Barrage call with queen-jack suited. And Prizepools, that's a pretty good fold. That's a very disciplined fold because one of his queens was gone. Barrage is holding the queen. Barrage is tanking here, but he's never calling. I mean, he just flat the original raise, and there's zero chance of Barrage from Croatia playing about 150,000. The average is about $250,000, but Prizepools on the big blind picked up Jack and rightly 3-bet to 42,000, which is quite substantial. So another 30,000, and we're going to see a fold here. Barrage tanking, but I can't see him calling. And eventually, the young Croatian player makes the right decision, and our chip leader, Prizepools, now up over 500,000, 104 big blinds, and there's quite a few short stacks. Michael Hain, Gulas now is short, 18 big blinds, and there's only one player above the average stack here, and that's our chip leader in seat 5. Big blind is 5,000. There's a running 500 ante. And looks like Michael is in the big blind there. He's pretty short. And Barrage throws away the queen 8. And it's a fold around to Alexander Sack, who has the button. Has just had a recent double up against Silverman. He's trying to create a bit of momentum, and look at this for a hand. Ace-king on the button. And our chip leader from Poland has a reasonable hand to defend with, but he is going to find serious problems if he decides to 3-bet back at Alexander's sack, which it's quite plausible because it's folded right around to the button, and that's what he's done. And he's going to get the bad news now because Michael's going to fold, and there's no doubt that Sack is going to move all in and end this, because Ace-King is definitely a hand to put all your chips in when you're playing that kind of stack. You're never dead. And all in is the right move, and our chip leader quickly folds, and Sack quite happy there to take that down. Any Polish listeners, please help me with the pronunciations. I have a Polish player in seat 5. He's the chip leader at the table. And I'm dreading announcing his name every time because I get it so wrong. So please help me. He's unknown to me. And we have a new player in seat 1. Sorry, that's Yusfi, seat 1. It's been there all the time. We're full table here now, 8-handed, and it's folded around to Alexander Sak, who folds, and our Polish player on the button. King Queen. Makes it 11,000 and takes down the blinds. Blinds are 2.5, 5,000 with a 500 running ante. So 11,500 out there before a card is dealt. We're getting near the money, guys, near the bubble. Just about 80 players left. 71 get paid. 183,000 for the winner. Min cash here is 3,600. We're live from King's Casino in Rozvadov. It's the WSOP Main Circuit Event. 1,500 buy-in, 1,500 plus reg, and $1 million guaranteed. Fintan Gavin is my name, from Ireland. Delighted to be with you. And Alexander Sak here in the hijack. It's gone pretty good for this guy since he's joined the table, and he's going to find a problem here because the serial raiser Gulas, I've seen him in every hand. He has the kings and he's moved all in, and don't think Morris with 8 jack can call, and you'll see Sak will quickly give this up also. There was a case there for playing that a bit softer. He has a whisper to Michael there. Two real characters here. But Gulas elected not to slow play the kings and shoved all in and takes down the pot pre-flop. He got creative pre-flop and just flat at the opening raise. Pretty sure Morris would have free bet, but who knows what would have happened. Michael Hen, one of our short stacks. Michael from Israel, a regular here in King's Casino. Loves the tournaments, will play all kinds of buy-ins, from the big buy-ins to the daily hundreds. Very accomplished, very experienced, no limit hold'em player. We see Barrich fold now with ace-8, and it's Alexander Sak. He's well able to play this guy. He's got a few chips now. He doubled up against Silverman to his immediate right. And Sak now with the kings. And he's made it 11,000, but it's folded around to Yusuf. And Yusuf asking what the bet is. Decided just to peel a flop. Nothing wrong with this, very reasonable so far, and that we're going to see all the chips go in. No doubt in my mind, because Yusfi has flopped an up and down straight draw with an overpair to the board. Now, he's made it, let's just see, yeah, okay, 16,000 bet. And the kings of Alexander Sak has just opted to call, and a 6 would be a disaster, but it's come clubs also. And now Sak has the king of clubs, and Yusfi with the up and down straight, pair of 5s and the flush draw has decided to bet out again on the turn, 22,000. And the action now with Alexander Sak, and I'm sure that Alexander is going to continue here. It wouldn't be out of the question for him to raise, but he decides to just control things by just calling. There's 100,000 in this pot now, or the guts of, and Alexander Sak is home and hose now. He's 100%. There's 105,000, and Yusfi has missed his draw and realizes now pocket 5s is not going to win this hand, and he's check folding in my opinion. And Sak may just check this down. He may be just happy enough that his overpair to the board is strong enough. He is considering betting here to squeeze a bit more out of Yusfi, but I'm not too sure that Yusfi would ever call with a worse hand than kings. And there's no way this man is calling here. And thank you for your comments, guys. Thanks for the help. And I'm not sure what this guy is playing at. He's holding chips. He's putting them very close to the line. He's actually putting them over the line. And then he's playing with them, and then he's taking them back. And I'm probably, if I'm a player at that table in a pot with him, I'm probably going to have a word with him about it. But no one has done so yet. He's trying to figure out what's going on here. Pretty sure that Sak is fairly comfortable now at this stage. He decided to put in a value bet, which is extremely dangerous but can be rewarding. And Yusfi, we've seen him take quite a while in his decision making, but he has a decision here, but he's really only beaten a bluff. Pocket 5s. He's bet out the flop, he got called. He bet the turn, he got called. He missed his draw. And now Alexander Sak has made a value bet of 55,000 into a 105,000 pot. And this is not happening, this call. Pretty sure Yusfi will fold. Now you can see Yusfi, he's putting chips. Oh, I would, if I'm a player, I have a problem with that. If I put a bet into him and he's putting chips forward, and Yusfi say bluff because he's probably figured that that's all he's beaten. We've seen him take quite a while here, but look at this. It looks like when he grabs the chips and he makes a motion forward, it looks like he's calling. I have a serious problem with that if I'm in a hand against him, in particularly if I'm bluffing. But I'm pretty sure we're going to see a fold here by Yusfi. He does this quite a lot. He tanks, and this is bordering on angling here, if you ask me, with the chips.
You look younger than me for sure.
But the players don't seem to be picking up in this. But I'm willing to bet he's never calling here. It's almost 40% of a stack. He's the bare pocket fives. No way is he calling. But he's eating up a lot of time here. And Sack decided his hand was strong enough to get extra value out of since it was checked to him. And look at this, he's folding and then not folding. But I'm going to have a word with that guy if he's at my table and I'm betting into him. Because Youthfy is picking chips up and he's making a forward motion over the betting line. And I don't think he's doing it. I don't think he's angle shooting. I think it's just his habit. He does like to tank quite a lot. But we see Sack here. Alexander Sack taking quite a sizable pot away from him.
So it's gonna be on TV.
I have really pocket five. The drop was perfect. Good for yeah.
Your squeeze from big blind is going to be on TV. I'm happy to see it.
I can tell you.
I really have.
Yeah, okay. I'm 5, right?
And we're on the button. Moritz is going to open here. Makes it 11,000. Youthfy folds. And Banic from Croatia folds. We see in our screen the chip leader on the very left. And his name is Piotr Kowski from Poland.
15 minutes. As far as I heard. I heard it's going to be or 15 or half an hour, but as far as I hear now, it's 15 minutes. As far as I heard, but
Not sure what they're speaking about. And this guy, Alexander Sack, it's gone extremely well for him since he's joined this table. He reminds me of the November 9er, Max, the American guy, the DraftKings sponsored player. But he's played extremely well. It looks like he knows exactly what he's doing. He had a tough call to make earlier on against Silverman. He made the call. He's raised here in early position with King Queen, and look who's called him on the big blind. Well, that's a pretty decent flop for the pre-flop raiser, Alexander Sack, who's going to continue. And I can't see Silverman putting any more chips in with pocket fives on an ace-king high board, and he shows the fives. He shows that what he's defending with. And it's the same story here. Alexander Sack.
more than anything in life as well. And the life after. How much in the man is 71? Yeah. Right? 71, yeah.
Just asking there how many players in the money. 71 get paid.
You never know. You can go
Yeah.
It happens sometimes.
And
Sometimes 2 hours, but
People now put sunscreen, say they get there, waiting for the
Michael explaining to use fee. Sometimes 2 hours for the bubble. This guy's been around the block. He knows the story. He's very short. And we're going to see action here again. Yet again, Gulas raising with Queen Jack of Hearts. Now he's playing a pretty short stack. He's only 90,000. It's less than 20 bigs. And use fee with the stronger queen, and look who has the hand. It's Barrage with the real hand, and this is where he needs to re-raise, because Gulas is raising light. He's got to realize that now at this stage. And use fee is just flat called. Which this, yeah, this is the right move, and he's just got to hope that no one has a monster behind him. And Silverman folds, aka Max Steinberg folds, and Gulas cannot call. And Yusfi is going to take a bit of the time now before he folds, because this is what he does. And Barrich, because he's seated right next to him, is more aware of this than anyone else, because many times Yusfi will be tanking with Barrich still to act, so he's well aware of his style, and he tells him King Queen, and Barrich just nods the head as if to say, you're not getting any information out of me. That's our chip leader guy standing up with a bottle of soda water. It's our Polish friend. He's playing over $500,000, I believe. Peter Kowski from Poland. And Michael Hen folds. And it's around to Moritz, who will open here, I think, with Queen Jack. Once Gallus is out of the way, Moritz takes it onto himself to show strength and open pre-flop, and it's folded around to the chip leader. Sorry, Max is in the small blind. I called him Max, but his name is Alexander Sack, and look what he's picked up. Now, how's he going to play this? Things are going very well for this guy. He can afford to just flat here and see what the chip leader and the big blind does, because it wouldn't be out of the way of the chip leader to try and squeeze, but no. Sack is going to play this aggressive and going to raise back straight away, and I don't think Moritz is going to continue with Queen Jack to a 40,000 raise, which is almost 30,000 to call. It's not a very smart choice to continue in that situation. And Sack with the ace-ace takes down another pot. Same story for this guy, Alexander Sack. And look at Alexander Sack. He is now above average stack. And Piotrowski, $500,000, almost 100 big blinds. And Michael Hen, 15 big blinds. And Joseph Gulas, not going great for him. He's trying to create all the action here, but he's just running into bigger hands. and Moritz folds, and Yusef looks like he's ace jack of spades. He's playing 120,000, and we're going to see a raise here. And this is bad news, because Silverman has an absolute monster and snap calls with the kings, and Hen is all in. I think Hen must have the jacks. If Hen called, he has the jacks. Just showed one card. No, Michael got out of the way, and use fee. Quite unfortunate. Ace jack. Good attitude, this guy. He says good luck. Now, he open shoved. He could have just free bet, but he's picked up a gooder. Silverman doesn't want to hit a set. It'll give a straight, and now he's picked up a up and down, straight and flush draw. There's a lot of cards now for Yusef, and that's one of them. He's hit the spade. That's incredible. That is incredible. Ace jack. Came running spades. And that's what happens sometimes. The long shots do come in. El Yusfi has doubled through Silverman, and Silverman got up out of his chair in disgust. He got his kings busted, all in pre-flop.
I have a nice hand. I have this one who have.
Bolin was good bet.
No, it's not because
I'm not sure what Michael Hen was holding. I think it could have been ace jack also. I think that's what they're discussing.
Aces and kings, yeah. Only lucky.
And Silverman absolutely disgusted. That's a big dent. 120,000 he lost in that pot. And it brings use fee up to average stack.
I'm count dead and look dead.
Silverman now is the short stack with 66,000, and this is painful because it's right before the money. The minimum payout is 3,600. That's going to happen pretty soon. We're coming up to dinner. It may even happen before the dinner. And Michael Hen and Guy Silverman are extremely short here. Joseph Gulas also short. Anything can happen though. Our chip leader at the table is Piotrowski
There is something wrong with
with 100 big blinds.
somebody did this. This is not good. You see?
And Yusfi taking his time, didn't realise it was his turn, he folds. And Baric from Croatia with the Queen 8. And Silverman feeling absolutely destroyed. And he folds, but look who it is again. It's Alexander Sak. He's really got momentum behind him, this kid. He's raising in the cutoff. And our Polish chip leader is calling here. And this is a good move by Gulas, because there's already 35 grand in the pot, and he's moved all in with 5-4, which is a great move. This is so strong. I love this play, because the problem for Sak is he has another player who is the chip leader to act after him, who could be trapping him. So he's going to ask for a count, but there's no way he's calling here with King Jack, because if he just flat calls, he's in danger of losing them chips to the chip leader, who will squeeze him out of the pot. And that's a fantastic play. That's quality move. 5 high.
ask if you can win just with Arlene.
Sorry?
Just with Arlene, you win.
What can I do with this thing? What do you want?
Send to me?
But I'm not so lucky like you.
Yeah, but
2 times you win so with 10-9 against aces, and now I jack against king.
I know.
Against the same players.
Same
That's
player, yeah, I know.
10-9 against aces.
And Joseph Goulas just scooped 30,000 profit with 5 high.
You, friend.
You're still a friend. You're still a friend. You're still a friend.
How can you be so lucky?
Yeah, I know. But you know, I don't.
Really very bad night. 10-9 against aces.
When I hear call, I was already.
I know.
He said he was going to win it because he folded his queen against me.
Really bad luck, unlucky.
I thought there's something before.
You remember?
Silverman, eights, pocket eights, and he's playing 60,000. He's 11 big blinds, and it's quite reasonable to move all in here. And we're very close to the money here, guys. And our Polish chip leader at the table is just asking how long is the break for. And it looks like we've 79 players, 71 get paid. It's average stack is $250,000. It's a 45-minute break. Please stay with us. We will be here till late in the night, bringing you all the coverage from the day 2 of this WSOP Circuit Main Event. Talk to you later. Bye for now.
Точно, vždycky, když se hráli tak, já jsem tam vždycky, když se hráli ty spolu, tak se hrál až finál s kartama. 100%, protože to je to
Hello guys, welcome back. We are almost on the bubble. We have about 78 odd players here. 71 players get paid. Min cash out is 3,000. And some viewers will recognize seed 8. Martin Cabral. He's playing average stack. He won his second ring event last night in the 6 max 600 buy-in.
No. I was big blind. I take. Okay, relax. He was raising under the gun. I fought my big blind.
I take the button with me.
What are you talking about? I was big blind.
No, he was big blind. Yeah. I opened.
I get the button from over
No,
there.
his button is here for sure. Last time I was.
Yeah.
No, I was big blind. Okay.
No, I was small blind.
This is very typical.
Yeah.
Martin Cabral
No.
in a debate about where the button
Not
was.
for sure, believe me, I get the button and I get it with me. You understand?
I put the button in your rack.
Yes.
That's because that's where it was. Just hold on. I understand. I'm going to try to find it. Anybody else? You say it should be there?
No,
but I don't want to go in charge.
I'm 200% sure.
I'm asking.
Okay, I'm 200% sure he2. We played last hand. Button is here. I fought my big blind. Here is UTG.
And you're saying it's small blind.
100%.
You guys remember exactly?
100%.
I believe. Just calm down. Give me a second, man. Please, just give me a second. We're going to try to make it right, okay? Thank you.
This is quite entertaining.
Yeah.
All right, so do you guys remember it all? Nothing? All right.
Yeah, I remember because I played.
I understand.
I'm pretty. If I was to put a bet on it, Martin Cabral.
Because the majority of people say that it's there, and it's what I can go with. Right. All right, so you guys can play. I understand that it might be. I'm not saying it's 100% one way or another, but the majority of people. Go.
Okay, let's go. It's 200%.
This is what you got, guys, when you get Martin Cabral. And seat number 6.
I already talked, yeah.
Okay, you already got it?
I mean, I'm not happy about it. The next level, you change us, yeah? Next level. Who chooses this? Who is choosing the table? You?
This is quite funny.
Random.
Martin likes to call the shots.
Thank you, Rafi. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Martin would like to be the dealer, the TD, and the player. And we're looking at a new table. Very close to the bubble here, guys. We see, we are familiar with Pilotti there. He's in seat 2. He was featured earlier on. He's very short. And we have Tartar. Has a very sizable stack. He's playing over 300 grand. And he's flopped a good shot. But Schmilwig, with the bigger stack, has flopped an up and down. He's checked it to Tartar. Tartar's bet. And Schmilke has called. Now Tartar has picked up the flush draw and he's opted to check in position, and that is a straight. For Schmilwicki. Please help me with my pronunciations here, guys. He's in seat 1 with a very sizable stack. He's hit the straight. Tartar has hit third pair, but don't think he's going to call here. He's only beaten a bluff. And you can see Jörg Pelzer there to the left of Tartar, who was involved. He will know Martin because Helsert plays here quite a bit in Kings, and there's nobody that plays in Kings Casino on a regular basis that wouldn't know Martin Cabral, believe me. Martin makes himself known wherever he goes. And this is going to be a fun table, I'll guarantee you that. We're coming near the button, there is an added tension of that, and this is a pretty weak call if Schmilke decides to call. Schmilke, I do believe. I think there's a floor, someone's called the clock, and it wouldn't surprise me if that was Martin calling the clock. But it is quite a long time he's taken, and it has been more than reasonable time. I don't think he's ever called in here. He's missed his flush. And that is Martin calling the clock, I believe. And the TD asking the dealer, has it been a reasonable amount of time? The TD says 1 more minute. He's not calling here. Bear 2 beats him, a queen beats him, king beats him, straights there, which is what Schmilke has hit. And Tartar using the maximum amount of time, probably just to wind Cabral up, because Cabral wants to get on with things. This is near the bubble of the tournament. There's opportunities to make money. And that's what Cabral is thinking.
Last 10 seconds.
Marco.
Sorry, I will forget. I need
And
to order all the phones. All electronic together. I take all the players the phones. Thank you guys.
Marco. Yes.
And
What is the problem with phones? It's problem with the stream table. Okay.
TD collects all the devices. And seat 1, Marcin from Poland, I believe. He has 500,000 in chips. He's the chip leader. Elias Pilotti, who we've seen earlier on, he's the short stack here. Along with Jörg Peisert, who got into the debate with Cabral earlier on. Cabral is average stack. He's on the button here. There's a lot of tension at this table. You can almost feel it here from the commentary booth. It is very close to the money. And we have one of our short stacks, Peisert, who's moved all in with A7 suited. Cabral is folding his queen rag, and it's around to the small blind. Our chip leader. Marcin Schmilke. He's asking exactly how much it is there. It's less than 100. And Schmilke is holding ace-9. He's Peisert. In bad shape if he does call. It's 89,000. It's a sizable bet. He's playing about 500,000. We're really close to the money here, guys. I think there's about 75 players left. 71 get paid. It's a good call if he makes it, but he doesn't get involved. And Pilotti, who is also short stack, folds king 10, and that's a good strong raise by Peisert, because he's not going to survive without making a move, and that move may have just done it for him, because there's only 2 or 3 more players to get knocked out before Each of these players earn a minimum of €3,600, which is well deserved in my opinion for 2 days of hard work.
Guys, can you put chips through the dealer, please? Thank you.
This is quality stuff. Martin Cabral, he's trying to make out he's on the dealer side, and he's fantastic. He's telling the players, put the chips closer to the dealer. And these are the kind of antics that you can expect from Martin. He is quality at the trash talk. And if you're a novice playing against this guy, believe me, you're intimidated, because even the grinders that have been around the block, he really gets under their skin. So it's quite reasonable for a rookie to be intimidated.
How much you play, please? Can you help me? About 80. How much in blue?
He's asking what he's playing. That's the chip leader. I mean, it really doesn't matter, because Cabral is only half a stack, but I think Cabral is going to make a move here with ace queen, and you can see the concentration on this guy's eyes, and he's a winning no limit hold'em player, guys. Martin Cabral, make no mistake. I don't care what you think of him, but he is one of the top no limit hold'em players in Europe, in my opinion. He's top quality, and when he's in the zone, which he looks like he is now at the moment, it looks like he's the aerial up, the antenna up. He's pumped up. He's just won a ring event last night. And we're just before the money. Chip leader, seat 1. At the table here, Marcin Schmielwick. Pies are short stacked. Folded around to Cabral, who may opt to raise here again with Queen 10. This is the part of the tournament where many skilled players start becoming way more active. They're playing on the fact that some players are satisfied with just getting a cash, getting paid for their work. And Pilati, who's short stack, is going to move all in here. And if he doesn't, it's a big mistake. He's only 75,000, and he does do that. And it's going to be folded around. And Martin is not going to call off 60,000, in my opinion. I may be wrong, but Queen 10, it's 63,000. It would leave him short if he does call and he decides to fold. And ace queen of clubs, Pilati from Germany. We've seen him earlier on. Quite conservative, and Martin will be well aware of that, so not a chance of him calling there with queen high. The average stack now is about 270,000. If you just joined us, we're just drawing near to the bubble here. We've 73 players remain. 71 get paid. There's a million prize pool to be played for. Day 2, guys. 183k plus up top. And this is really good spot, good timing here for aces. He's raised the last 2 hands, and he's made a raise, and Martin is buzzing, his heart is beating, he wants action. He's made it 12,000. Pilati looks down, he has 7 I'd imagine if he's tanking, otherwise it's he just mucks. And Nagy with King 9 of hearts, he's on the button, he has a stack, he's well above average, and He's probably thinking that this guy, Cabral, he's doing all the talking, he's making all the moves.
It's call or raise? How much?
And this is going to be interesting. Nagy has picked a spot here to play back on the button against Cabral. He's king 9 of hearts. Now, how does Cabral play this? He may just call. He's very tricky, this guy. He's weighing up his stack. And this is going to be interesting. He may play back at him, but he may just flat call. It's 20,000 to call. Cabral knows it's possible he's getting 3-bet very light here, and that's exactly what's happening. But Cabral knows this, so he may just call. He knows how to play this guy. And he's 4-bet, and he's made it 82,000.
82.
Yeah, and it's 50,000 for Nagy to call, and he's revealing the strength of his hand here, Cabral. Remember, we're right on the bubble here. The tension is palpable in the air, and it'd be very unfortunate for Nagy if he tries to be creative. No, he's going to give it up, I'd say. That's what he does. It's a good feeling when you open it with aces and someone plays back at you. Martin deciding not to slow play the aces. He put in a 4-bet. He made it 82. Nagy didn't bite.
Sorry, can you call the service?
Yeah, one more sit open and after it.
Chiederemo normale, Gio.
And we've just been corrected with the name of our player. And look at this guy, 73 players, 71 get paid. The average stack is 270,000. Big blind is 6,000. And this is the quality of this player you're seeing here, Martin Cabral. He is seeing this bubble as an opportunity to play more aggressive. Take the blinds are huge, guys. It's 3-6 with a running ante. And here we go again. It's Nagy. And he's just calling this time, it looks like. Which is a very weak play, in my opinion. And Tartar also enters the pot with King, Queen. And Martin against two players now. There's already 50,000 in the pot. And there's nothing wrong with that flop for Cabral to make a continuation bet. And if it's checked around to him, and this is a very strong play, guys. What you're watching here is pure quality. This is top class poker. He's bet pre with pure trash. He was 10% there, as you can see on the board, to win. But this aggression is going to win him the pot, I am positive. I don't think Nagy has the strength to play back at him. He should have played back at him pre-flop, and he opted just a flat call, and that is top quality play. Cabral taking a 50k pot with Jack 3, and that's what you get with Martin. And I believe someone else just got bust there. You'll see that go down to 72. There you are. So 72, we're on the official bubble now. So hand for hand. And this is exciting stuff if you're one of the players out there. Not so exciting if you're on a very short stack. But for the smart players with a half-decent stack who are aggressively going after the blinds and antes on the table.
Then bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, then bam, bam, bam. Yeah. I think Bayern München, every hand all in after a bubble.
Yeah.
You were very lucky before.
You see the clock pause there on your screen. The reason being it's hand for hand. So
You were very lucky. Every time
TD will have a few assistants on the floor. Make sure every hand is finished before they proceed to the next hand. This does take a bit of time, guys, but it's all in the interest of fairness. Play slows down quite a lot, and it's unfair if one table is playing more hands than another table, because the probability of someone going bust on that table will be greater. So every table must go hand for hand as directed by our TD here. Average stack 267,534. 72 left, 71 get paid. Min cash 3,600. Thanks for joining us. You're watching the WSOP Europe. That's our scoreboard. And you can see Cabral has already made 100,000 profit on this table in just a few hands that we've seen him. He's picked up aces, but he's also played with pure trash. And thanks for the comments, guys. Keep them coming up. And Sudan, how many week do they play Eglinton? Do they play Cash in the Eglinton? That's my hometown club, and they play every night. I believe there's a big Omaha game there on a Wednesday night. Alex 5, great commentating. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. We're at the real business end of the tournament. Still on the bubble here. And our short stacks here, seat number 6 and seat number 4. Salim Shirky is 15 big blinds, 92. It's well enough to get in the money. He just has to survive a few hands. And Jörg Peisert, also in seat 6, also with 96,000 odd in seat 6. He's about 16 big blinds. Okay, and that's the first hand. We're on to the next hand. And it looks like we're playing Guess the Hand with Martin Cabral. This is not a game I like, guys, because this guy could be playing absolutely anything. He's raised for the last 4 out of 5 hands. He's been in the hand. And he's first to act, Martin. He's looking around, he's asking questions. And Cabral, it's showing now he's 8-7 under the gun. And it's guess the hand with Marcin. And Marcin folds. And Pilati, now Nagy here, he has a sizable stack. It is the bubble, but he knows, surely he must recognize that Martin Cabral is trying to run over this table. He is running over this table, and this is another big mistake. I mean, how can he do this? And this is the right move here. The re-raise if it comes in from Cersei with a short stack. And I'm gobsmacked here that Cersei's entering the pot with ace queen. He's very short, Cersei. I mean, that is an all-in or fold move in my opinion, and look at this. This is a flop. An absolute incredible flop, and look at the face on Martin. He's trying to make out that he can't. He said it's a bad seat he's in, it's far away, and this is incredible play. And Nagy is going to have a problem because it's a pretty strong flop for pocket eights.
Make big chips by 5.
And Martin is harassing the other players. He's.
Can you do that?
You don't see it.
He's almost berating them.
What is time? I want to see the stack. Thank you. Can you make it by 5, please?
And this is typical of Martin. Guys, there's already
70. Thank you.
a high level of tension on the bubble in these tournaments. It's 3,600 is the next payout. So it's go home with nothing or go home with the rent money. That's basically it. And Martin Cabral, what an incredible flop. And he's going to bet, and I believe he's getting a call here from Nagy. He's going to get called at least once, and Nagy gives it up. And it's incredible to think that he would call with eights pre-flop, and it's a 6-9-10 board, and he just gives it in, and Martin scoops another pot. And Cersei, who was very short stack, Salim Cersei had the ace queen of hearts, and many players would opt to move in there, but bubble play tends to be a little bit different. You'll see many players play extraordinarily tight. They just want to get in the cash. And Martin Cabral is on the button now, and the chip leader has elected to raise an early position. First act. He's the chip leader at this table, and he's raising with ace-5, and this guy is flat calling again, it looks like. And I'm getting confused here. It's way above my pay grade what Nagy's doing. I think it's coming across to me as inexperience. And Peisert folds, and Cabral with the same hand as Nagy, Queen 10, calls in the big blind. And that's a double good shot for Queen 10. A 9 or a king will bring a straight. But the original raiser is going to bet out. And I think Nagy is getting frustrated, and he's going to chase this straight. And this may price Martin in. It's a 17,000 bet. There's already 85,000. So Martin will be doing the calculations in his mind. He will think if he hits, he's golden. There is 2 hearts out there. He's highly skilled, this guy. He'll weigh up all the factors. The fact it is against the chip leader, So he could win big if he does hit. And that's one of the factors that makes him make the call. And now we've 100,000 pot and bingo. And our chip leader, Schwelke, is going to be smart enough to check this. The straight and the hearts have come. And with 2 calls, he's going to feel that at least one of them were chasing a draw. And I'm pretty sure he's going to check. And we're going to see Nagy and Cabral get it all in and chop the pot. And it's been checked around to Cabral, who bets 50,000. And we see Nagy in the red. He's going nowhere. He's under repping his hand. It was checked into him, and he's checked also. And the chip leader here is going to give this up, I'm pretty sure. He has top pair, but it's 50,000. But the fact that he's Martin and it's been checked into Martin, so he might try and convince himself that Martin will bet with anything here, but really he's beaten a bluff and that's about it, and he gives it up. And Nagy's going to move in here with the hearts on the board. He's just going to move all in. Now you'll see Martin tank call because the hearts are there, but I don't think any of these guys are going anywhere. And Nagy just flat calling. Oh, wow. And that is a buzzkill for both players because no player is holding a heart. So this creates plenty of bluff opportunities for somebody who has the courage to make a strong play. Now, Nagy could win this if he bets out. And it'd be a smart bet. It'd be kind of a blocker bet. If he puts in like a 80, 90,000 bet, because he hasn't made straight, but he checks, I think. And it was Cabral, sorry, first to act. So it's going to be hard for Martin to call a big bet here. And he checks, he couldn't find it in him. And that's unbelievable play, really, because a weak heart could have taken that pot off Nagy. And a big bet would have won it, because I don't think Martin could have called with 4 hearts out there. And look at Martin Cabral's stack. He came this table like literally 4 or 5 hands ago with 250 odd K, and now he's up to 410,000. We're on the stone cold bubble if he just joined us. And because that hand took so long, we are going straight into the next hand. 72 players, 72 players left, 71 get played.
I think they waited for us.
And that was quite interesting the way that played out.
Could be all in hand.
The minimum payout here is 3,600.
Good turn, but better without color, yeah? Color no good. Ah, diamond, better. Diamond, yeah. You are not greedy. Oh, madam, open, better open, yeah. Ta druhá určitě nebyla otevřená, jo? It's still one player.
And
we
Cersei
are in the money, yeah? One player, yeah?
has 2s. He's very short, and Tartar may gamble here. It's a raise of 12,000. and it's quite reasonable to move in here with ace jack or to re-raise, and that's what he does. And that's the right play, because, oh, look at this. What a time to pick up aces. Now, this is where a smart play would be to disguise your hand. Ah, he's overplayed it, in my opinion. He's overplayed it. It's 150,000 all in. And Cersei is going to fold, and I don't think Tartar's going to call here. It's 120,000. I think he has to fold. And the aces.
It's okay. It's okay.
I think Terry shows the aces.
Maybe 2 kings, maybe 2 kings. But, you know, it would be difficult after this section.
And this is what you'll see on the bubble of these tournaments, guys. You'll see quite a mix of play from different styles, and many players, they don't want to play flops. They just don't have the temperament or the heart for it. But you'll see the expert players who will take advantage of that and will get involved, play flops, and create extra opportunities to build their stack. And that's exactly the story here of seat number 8, Martin Cabral from the Czech Republic. Literally 5 hands ago he had $250,000. Now he's well over 400,000. He did pick up aces, but he's played with pure junk also, and has completely outwitted his opponents. And the short stack Cersei again losing more chips, so he's getting close to the danger zone. But he could quite comfortably make the money. I'm sure there's several other players short of him. You see the Banana Man in yellow there, our final tableist here before Christmas. And he's a great character, the Banana Man. He basically blinded his way onto the final table, if the viewers remembered. And it was incredible what happened. He folded all the way into second place, basically. And we see him here now. Nagy again with a hand. He's picked up 10s, and he's going to open here. He's chopped a pot with Martin recently, but things haven't gone too well for him. Cersei does a smart thing and folds his ace-9. Martin on the button folds his 6-4, and our chip leader on the small blind folds king-5. Right into Pilati, our German-based player, is also pretty short, and he gives up his big blind, and Nagy takes down a hand.
Sorry, man. My mistake. Maybe. That's okay. Klikal jste to? Mám to poslouchat? A stream nejem. Dneska už ten den začal 8, jo? Dneska už se ten den začal 800, jo?
And you can see the demeanor of the players there. It's tough work, this, on the bubble of these events. It can go on for quite a while. Takes a lot of discipline. That's 72 grown adults, all looking to get into 71 places. Someone has to be left out. Bit like musical chairs. Someone has to get knocked out, and someone will be going home with 0 after 2 days of hard grinding. But the rest of the 71 players in the field will get a min cash of 3,600 and a shot at the 183,000 up top. You can see the floor guys. There'll be several of them on the floor to make sure it's hand by hand. As we discussed earlier, this is to ensure that each table plays at the same pace, because a table playing at a slower pace would have the probability of not busting a player as quick as the others playing at a faster pace. Thank you if you've just joined us. We are watching the WSOP Circuit Event from Rozvadov, the Czech Republic King's Casino, the largest poker room in Europe. This is WSOP Circuit, where there's 183,000 for the winner. The buy-in for this was 1,650, including reg fee.
Is there one big blind stack and 2 big blind stack? You know the short stacks? There is 1 big blind stack and two big blind. You don't know more? You know short stacks?
Martin trying to engage there with the staff and the players. He's asking, is there a 1 blind stack and a... He thinks there's a player on 1 big blind. And Salim is the short stack here on 10 bigs, which is not comfortable, but it's quite reasonably easy to blind into the money, because you're looking there at least 3 rounds of the button, you know. And it's not reasonable that no one will get knocked out before that. So Salim Cersei on 10 bigs on our feature table. We have Jörg Peisert on 14 bigs and Elias Pilotti on 15 bigs. Meanwhile, Martin Cabral on the feature table is running the show. I've been asked a few questions about players still left in the tournament. I'll keep an eye out for Denisev from Bulgaria. Please bear with me. And you can see the Banana Man, Chiquita, in the yellow, talking with the tournament officials. And it looks like we're shuffling up again. And here we go. And Cersei, the short stack. 6,000 now is the big blind. He's 10 bigs, and Tartar is playing just under average stack. He's going to open with 7s here. And that he does. And Jorge folds. Peisert had 9s there, and he elects to fold, because Tartar would have a reputation for being quite tight, conservative, and Peisert doesn't want to get involved. He's only 1 move really at this stage when someone opens, and he opts not to play. And we're certainly going to see Nagy call here, because he's called pretty light previously. And ace-8, it's quite a reasonable play here to see a flop, ace-8 of spades versus 7-7, and it's a good flop for the 7s. There's 1 overcard that will be of concern to Nagy, but he's not going to check this, or sorry, to Tartar. He's going to continue, and Nagy will fold, I'm sure. And Tartar with the 7s takes it down. Peisert, interesting there, he had 9s, but he's not going to play to an open raise with 9s, not at this stage. 1 player to go before the money. It's worth 3,600 to him.
hezky. Jo, nesměl se poprosit. Říkám, že jsem vyhrál prvýkrát.
No jo? Hrozný. Hrál fakt špatně, ale hrozně špatně. A teďka dobře zahrál.
And again, if you just join us, just so you know what's happening. So it's hand for hand. So you'll see this can be quite a drawn out process. Sometimes it goes on for quite a while.
23 and finish. Tomorrow we start 24.
23 levels, we finish.
3 more hours. After the break, 3 more hours. It's okay. You got it. You got it.
I sleep today 2 hours. You? 1?
But I'm fresh.
Yeah.
If you win, you are fresh. If you are third place, you are fresh.
It's okay.
You are in the same seat like yesterday. Same seat. It's your seat. You should put your car there. My seat. Martin
VIP.
Martin VIP seat. Maybe tomorrow you play there again. Maybe.
I hope.
I hope as well. And we take Marek to final table because he plays amazing. Marek, you okay?
And here we go, we're off again, guys, hand for hand.
Ještě rád? No, nějakou korunu bys vyhrál, bys nemusel propadat zase.
6 fold, 7 fold.
And Cabral opens here with 8-7. He makes it a minimum raise to 12,000, and it's folded around to the small blind of Nagy, who's going to throw away 10-4, and this is the short stack. And Cersei has an ace suited, but he's not going to put another penny in this pot unless he hits clubs or an ace.
Yes, but
And that's not a good flop for ace deuce. And Martin giving out to him for calling. And there is no chance of Martin not continuing here. Believe me, he's going to pound the pressure on Cersei. He knows Cersei is only 50k, and that's quality play again from Cabral.
Only one big hand, but a good flop. Very good flop.
And Cabral.
Co? Neslyším. To je Mannheim. To je good guy from Mannheim. If he double up, we take him for final table, okay? You want Mannheim, Martin? Mannheim is good. But he said he can't play tomorrow. He said, correct? You can't play tomorrow.
No, I don't.
He must leave. So he just wait for 4,000 and finish.
I wait one player and then I go all in.
Yeah. But 4,000 euro is big money.
Yeah,
it's okay. For me, it's a lot of money. 4,000 euro. Maybe for dealer, it's not. I don't know. Dealer, is it big money for you? 4,000 euro? No.
I don't know what you want.
The truth. For me, it's big money. For Mannheim as well, but you know.
And
huh?
For sure.
Very good. Madam.
I'm not belittling 4,000 euro, but Martin does play quite high stakes, and he's just trying to engage here, have a bit of banter.
Na zdravíčku, Marečku. Ahoj, ať se dostaneme do peníze, jo? Pak to slavíme ještě jednou. Slečno, až budou všichni tleskat, že jsme v penězích, tak ještě jednu, jo?
Ano.
Dal si to zdravou, že zásadně.
Mistr. To je dobrá slečno, dobře to děláte.
Ale aj let.
Aj let?
Nie latek, let. Slyšel vás?
A je dobrá holčina. Co? Je dobrá, ne? Co? Jo, vy?
Ale že to dohodíte.
Co jí řekneš? Že je dobrá?
Na prsa.
Co?
Chtěl zasávat na?
Nechtěl. Já nechtěl. Jasnečka, musím ho testovat, já dělám výběrový řízení. Víš, ti přijde a já musím ho testovat. To je důležitý výběrový řízení.
Haničku, zamkněte na izbe pěkně.
Co?
Haničku, zamkněte na izbe vtedy.
Maričku, ty víš líp než já, jak to chodí, ne?
Toto bude trvat hodinku.
Ne, finish. Close to finish. Tam má 2 blindy. Už to na něj přijde. A oni se profoldujou klidně na jeden blind tady, víš? Víš jak to je? They have 1 blind and they still folding. It's crazy. But it's
And
possible.
Pizert will fold Queen 6 under the gun on the bubble here. Into Cabral, who's certainly going to open in my opinion. He's 6-4 hearts and he's taking full advantage of the tension here on the bubble. And our chip leader has an absolute powerhouse. And big mistake, just flat calling here. He needs to raise this and see exactly where he is. And I believe, and it is a 3-bet, and that's going to be fold around to Martin. And Martin will.
Can you tell me how many big chips, please? Big chips.
This is a total wind-up going on here. He wants to see his big chips. He knows he's the chip leader.
It's 8 chips? It looks like 6.
And he's doubting what the player's telling him. And this is a total wind-up, believe me. And he's making out that he has a genuine raising hand and is considering continuing. I don't believe he will continue, but you don't know. 6-4 suited, you just don't know with Martin. He's weighing up all the mathematics in his mind because he could win a gigantic pot if he hits this hard, and he's showing no fear here. But the king high is a great flop for our chip leader, Schmelke. And Martin checks. He's a backdoor flush and a backdoor straight, but I think a bet here will end it.
Sorry?
It's 35,000, and all going through Martin's head is the chip stack of Schmelke. He's licking his lips with the prospects of taking that stack away from him. And he's going to be creative here, maybe. But I think it's a bad timing for him, because I can't see Schmelke getting off ace king, top pair, top kicker against Martin. There is a heart there, 2 clubs, and that looks like a raise. This is so strong, this play, guys. This is incredible. You're watching real no-limit hold'em tournament, and Schmelke now, there's pressure all on him, and this is quality if he moves in. And that's a quality play. He's not going to be bullied, and Martin quickly folds, and it's gone wrong for Martin there. He's lost a gigantic pot, and a weaker player may have feared a set of jacks, or maybe an opponent playing aces, and might have cracked and opted not to put money in. But in fairness to this guy, Schmelke, he's not afraid to play back, and he bet out the flop. It looks super strong from Martin raising him. And it's gone pretty wrong for him there.
But it's finished. Maximum 3 heads. 3 corners. Maximum.
Someone hungry.
Yeah, but they have like empty.
Like my brother, ace is gold.
But Martin is not my friend. I think Martin is my friend. Right now, he's not my friend. Yes.
And Schmelke showing he has the heart for this game. And that's what it takes to final table or to go on and win a tournament like this. Fear has no place for winning players. You must show courage. You must be willing to put your chips in, and that's what Schmelke has done. And it's gone pretty bad for Martin in that hand. He's lost a big chunky change, but he won't let that distract him from continuing to be aggressive and make some plays.
Too much power.
And here we go. It's the same story. He's checking out the stack of the big blind. He's deliberately targeting the short stacks who are on the big blind and the weaker players. And he's putting no let up here. He's absolute garbage, 9-5 in early position. And Schmelke now is getting wide to him. Schmelke is copping on, if you play back at this guy, that he does give in, but Schmelke folds in this occasion. And Nagy now will just flat call. That's the way he's been playing. But if he smells blood, he might get creative. And no, he doesn't. He just flat calls. And a mistake in my opinion. And Peisert doesn't take a flop with the twos, which is crazy, because he's getting priced into call there. And I know he's short, but
Make it by 100 or whatever. Thank you very much.
and Martin's going to lead out here, and he's going to win. He's going to win. Nagy's on the cutoff, so Cabrel is first to act, and he's going to lead out. And I don't think Nagy's going to have the strength to carry on in this pot. It's Queen, Queen 8. Martin is going to take his time. Very calculated, very cool. Look at the stare. He looks at this guy, does not give in. He's relentless. He just lost a monster pot. And here he goes again, 9-5, raising pre. Nagy calling with sevens. And look at real strength here from Nagy, flat calling. So this is going to be a massive concern for Cabrel. He needs an overcard, and that's a great card for Cabrel because it brings him a flush draw, but it's a good card that he can represent because he is the pre-flop raiser. So a bet here would certainly take it down. But what's going through Martin's mind is there's a possibility that Nagy's holding a queen. But no, he's saying to himself it's more likely a small pair or an 8, and that's what he's going to get him off. And he bets out the ace again. And what a show of strength here. And Nagy just calling off bets. And he's called again, and this is incredible. This is absolutely incredible. And a heart will be a disaster. What a card. Bang, bang. Here we go. Cabrel is golden, and he knows that. Now, it will actually go through his mind that the second flat call on the turn was a show of incredible strength. He'll never put Nagy on a hand as weak as sevens. So he thinks he's getting called here by a lone queen or maybe a strong ace. And this is incredible. But Nagy has played this. He's took an unusual line with the sevens, but in my opinion has played it very weakly. He could have ended this pre-flop. He could have ended this on the flop, and make that call on the turn was quite crazy, to be honest. I mean, he's only beaten a stone cold bluff, and now he's going to have to call this bet. and is going to see the news that Martin got lucky. There's 100 grand out there. We're going to see a 60, 70,000 bet. And it's bigger. And it looks like about 90,000. And if Nagy has called the flop thinking he was good and called the turn thinking he was good, I mean, he may just follow his conviction and go with the call here. And it's an overbet. So Martin overbetting the pot. And I think Nagy, who started the hand with over 300k, I think Nagy may call this because he's never putting him on hearts because it's come runner heart. His good instinct was right that Martin was at it, but he just didn't find it in himself to play back at him, and he gives it up. And that was a show of real strength from Cabral. He did get lucky though with that heart. I'm wondering, would he fire again if the heart didn't come? That's the question I don't know the answer to. And maybe Martin doesn't know the answer to that either. But he did hit the flush. Full house, he says. And Martin up to 355,000, 60 blinds. And Nagy under 300 now. And look at Cersei with 7 blinds, 45,000. That's what everyone wants to hear. In the money.
Martin, now I can go home.
Good luck, my life. Now quick game.
Now you're going to see the dynamics change quite a lot. You're going to see the table loosen up quite a bit. Because we're all in the money now, left in the tournament. All the players are in the money. They're getting paid minimum 3,600.
Okay, quick one.
And Cabral is smart enough to understand that the dynamics change completely when the bubbles burst. And here we go. And Cabral folding ace to an early position. And we see a all-in by Pilotti. And that's enough to take down the blinds and antes. And there's 17,000 before card is dealt on the table between the small, big and the 1,000 running ante. That's the chip leader at the table. Seat 1, he's playing a very healthy stack, almost $500,000. And we might see a similar move. No, Pilotti is playing 100 grand now. He has a little bit of breathing space, but Cersei moves all in. King, Queen.
I see if I can do something.
This is what I mean, guys. I'm going to see it loosen up. Martin calls.
Okay, good luck. Good luck, my friend. Maybe double up. Maybe finish 4,000 euro. All good. All good. Doesn't matter.
And Martin calls the 43,000 all in. And that's a good flop for ace-8. But he has still a lot of cards to dodge. He's 3 kings, 3 queens. And it's down to the river. And no joy for the king-queen. He busts out in the money, Cersei. Seat open, says the dealer. And Martin made the correct call there. And the ace high held against the king-queen. And Cabral now back up to the height of 407,000, 67 big blinds. And our chip leader there, seat 1, has 580,000. And there's a short stack there. Georgie in seat 6.
Mannheim is happy in the money.
We have a new player, I'm told, coming.
Hey, 4,000 euro, it's okay.
And it's Boris Kotlebel, I believe.
We are all winners now.
Nagy makes the raise with King 9, and Peisert is going to move all in here, I think. He's in the money. He's short stacked. He has a pair. It's 16,000. He's playing 73,000. He may gamble here. And he does that, and he says it's time now. And it's not an all-in, but it's a virtual all-in. And he's leaving himself with 11k, so look at this, Martin Cabral. Now, we're definitely just seeing a flat call here, 100%. Because he is going to try and tempt Nagy into the pot. And he's tanking, but it is a real show of strength here. Because there's a raise, there's a re-raise by the short stack to 62k. We know that Martin is putting chips in, and he's doing a bit of a Hollywood here.
If you can count for me, that would be nice. Thank you.
And again, he's asking for a count. He's really annoying the players here by asking every time what their chip stacks are, how much they have. And it's all designed to put them off their game, to try and frustrate them. That's what he does. And we're just going to see a flat call. I don't think he's going to shut Nagy out, but Nagy may well fold. It's another 46,000 back to Nagy if Martin just flats with the aces. And Martin here is doing a bit of Hollywooding. We know he has the maximum starting hand. He's absolutely buzzing here because there's a raise, and look at this, just a flat call. He's trying to be clever. He's disguising the value of his hand, but it does scream out to a seasoned player. Now, Schmilke is doing nothing here. He's folding all the time, and that's a smart fold. That's a smart fold by Nagy, who's tangled with Martin quite a lot. And Peisert here has no choice to move all in with his 11 grand, no matter what comes in the flop. And he's going to see the bad news that Cabral has the aces. And he needs a 5. Oh, that's a 5 in the window. And Martin's going to be good to see that. And he slowly turns him over, so Martin's going to be thick. Martin's going to be annoyed at that. Peisert was very slow to turn over his hand, and spades are also good. He's only one ace to hit here. He's a 40 to 1 shot.
Yes! First one.
Now, it'd be interesting to see how Martin reacts.
So sweet.
I felt it was a bit slow. I could be wrong. Martin quickly moved all. Martin quickly moved all in and quickly turned over the aces. But it was a five high flop.
It's okay. He didn't play all in pre-flop. He played post-flop and hit set. It's okay. No, you play good. If you go all in pre-flop, I would say you gamble. But now you play correct. Pre-flop, flop the set, and then go all in. Correct. Correct play. I would play the same.
Martin
No, correct.
being
Correct,
sarcastic because Pfizer just left 11,000 behind. Not even two
Maybe I
big
should
blinds.
fold on the flop. I don't know. Probably not.
You say maybe you would have folded on the
I
flop,
had some outs.
but
Or out.
Georgi Pfizer was never folding.
Now you are smiling. I'm happy for you. Yes.
And Martin saying he's happy for him, but believe me, he's not. That's going to frustrate him a little, getting his aces cracked like it would any player.
90 behind? Yes.
And
90 behind?
this is, here we are back to the same script.
98, yeah? Yes. Thank you.
Martin being the table captain, constantly questioning the player stacks. And it's 6-5 and he's going to get played back at here possibly. Schmelke with ace queen
How much?
as 3-bet to 50,000. And this guy is not afraid of Martin. He's shown some great strength, Schmelke. And Martin is doing a quick mathematical calculation. This is not a great time to be playing 6-5 after losing a huge pot against the chip leader. He has position on him, and that's a bad flop for 6-5. And Martin, who knows what's he going to do? Actually, it's a small lead out by our chip leader, who's hit top pair. Martin gives it up.
Easy game, Martin, yeah? Easy game.
Too much gold.
Huh?
Too much gold.
No, I had...
And thanks for helping me with the surnames, guys.
4 call. King, queen suited.
We're
What should I
getting
do
some
with
mixed
it?
comments
King,
about
queen suited.
Martin.
What should I do? Should I call?
Why did you go? Why did you go on the flop?
King, queen suited.
Yeah. Ask 10. Gotcha. Okay.
What? Nothing.
And if you've just joined us,
Gotcha. Tomorrow.
we're in the money here at the
You had aces, yeah?
WSOP Circuit Event.
Or ace king. It's not good call on the flop. Not good. If I had flush draw, okay. Flush draw, gut shot, I play. But not with backdoor.
You like gamble.
Hmm?
You like gamble.
And
No.
first act, Tartar under the gun,
But not with king high.
and Pfizer who just doubled against Cabral. Folds. And action now back on Martin Cabral, who's opening almost every hand here. He's playing about average stack in the cutoff, and look who has a decent hand again. Schmelke. And he makes it,
50,000?
it looks like 50,000.
Yeah?
And Nagy's going to fold his big blind here, and it's going to be interesting to see what Cabral will do here.
Easy game, yeah? Aces again?
Yeah.
And he folds.
Must be nice. Must be nice.
And our chip leader is stacking up nicely.
I had aces.
After you
no,
can see on the
no.
TV.
Hey, I had aces one time as well. I had already one aces here. Correct?
Was that flop? Nice flop.
Slivovičky roste, prosím vás, někde vyčící pásus. Slečna, prosím vás. Jsme na suchu, jo? 2 slivovičky.
Emilevsky is the chip leader. Emilevsky, seat 1 from Poland. Thank you so much for helping me out with the names, guys. We're coming into the business end of the tournament here. And under the gun, Peisert, who's recently has a double, makes the raise. King, Queen, and Cabral has picked up an ace, but he gets rid of it. And our chip leader, Emilevsky, folds Pilati with ace-10 on the button. And it's folded now into Tartar with a bad ace. And he might give Peisert full credit for a strong hand, as he's very selective in the hands he played. He did get lucky against Martin Cabral earlier.
Zahraj na housličky jako pak zahraj. A je to tady, moje oblíbená dílerka je tady.
Many comments here, guys. Keep them coming. Appreciate the interaction. And Rhino, Martin is despised in the poker world. I've cashed him multiple occasions. Purposely slows the game out down.
Chip leader of the tournament, yeah?
And no doubt in my mind that Martin does use many tactics. Some of them are borderline. I wouldn't agree with you that he's a massive fish, Rhino. I've played a few tournaments against this guy, and in my opinion, he's a quite accomplished no-limit hold'em player. Never played cash with him. Seen him. I've commentated on his cash game play. Plays a lot different on the cash games to the tournaments, in my opinion. But I do believe he's a top-quality tournament player. Love him or hate him, he can play multi-table tournaments, no doubt in my mind. But your observations about his tactics are well-founded. There's a lot of mixed opinions about Martin, that he pushes things just that little bit too far. And on this table here, he's done nothing illegal. He's all borderline stuff. He's pushed the barriers, but all within the rules of the game. And we have an all in here by Pilati, and that's going to take down the pot. Dr. Spin. Martin plays prison rules.
Já vím, že pro tebe to nic není, když máš milion, ale... Dobrý, no. Tak na fajnu.
We have a new player,
Jenom 820?
and
Tak to je slabý, ale.
it looks like a massive stack. It looks like the guts of a million there. I could be wrong. We'll get a count now in a minute. Looks like about 900,000 in my opinion.
Jako SA tak, jo?
To ještě nebylo.
Ne? Tak jaký velký? King, jo? Sety, jo? Sety jsou dobrý. Já jsem vyhrál se sama do setu tady. A nevyhrál jsem. Sety jsou dobrý.
And that's 820,000.
To je slovo papa. Přijde a rejzne.
Kotlaba.
To má být.
And he has a weak ace here, and he raises to 14,000, and it's 11,000 for Thierry in the small blind with ace-2. We haven't seen much of Thierry. We've seen him win a big pot with aces earlier on. And if Kotleba had any information on Thierry, he would certainly lead out here again, because we know that Thierry is very conservative. And the chances of him playing back here are slim to none. But he is taking his time. But it's the same story. He's going to fold. And look at Martin taking his opponent's chips and putting them in. I mean, that's just typical. Trying to take control of the table. He's on the big blind here, Cabral. Buttons with Pizert. And our chip leader is in seat 1. Emilevsky. But not chip leader anymore. We have a new player who's just joined. Kotleba. And Pilotti. He folds. And Nagy now with King 5 of diamonds. Elects to open. And chip leader folds. Tartar folds. And Pizert with a suited ace on the button. And he's gone all in here. And it's a strong move. It's going to take down the pot. And Nagy is asking for a count, but it'll be a ridiculous call here. It's 160,000 with a weak king. He's only ahead of a stone cold bluff. And I don't think it's reasonable to assume that, because Pizert has been really selective in the hands he's played. And
178.
Once he hears the amount, I'm pretty sure that Nagy will fold when he hears the exact amount. Pizert was very short earlier, but he did get a double up. And this is way too big to be calling an all-in here with King 5 of diamonds.
Possible.
Why it's not possible?
The double up through me. The double up with set.
Of course.
And blinds are 3,000, 6,000 with 1,000 running ante. I believe we're down to about 64 players. That's the information I have. The clock will come up soon. Everyone in the money here. 3,600 is the min cash. But these players are looking at the 183,000 up top. This tournament will continue tomorrow.
Piece of cow.
Pilotti, who's the short stack, folds his ace-8. And our chip leader, Kotleba, is raising with Queen Jack, and Tatar is just called, it looks like, 16,000 with the stronger hand, and this would be a very reasonable move by Pizert to move all in here. He has 200,000, but there's 50,000 out there already, and I think we're going to see a move here. Pizard has just called with the ace queen of clubs. Thierry on the button with 7-6 of clubs also has opted to call. The pot's getting big now, it's 81,000. Cabral will want part of this action. It's 8-2, complete junk. I can't see him flatten here, probably a raise or a fold. And our big blind, one of the chip leaders at the table, Emilevsky, has opted to call. And Tartar has hit the flush draw. And Tartar is going to bet at this. And there's a very sizable pot out there. There's a 91,000. And I feel Tartar will go with this hand. And that bet will certainly make it right through. Thierry folds second pair, and our big blind is not going to continue, and Kotleba will also fold. And we're going to see Tatar scoop in a pot. And seat one, Hamilevsky is tanking here, but he's always folding. And chip leader at the table playing over 800,000. Kotleba folds also, and Tatar pulls in a massive pot here.
Which one? And two?
And Pizard had the ace queen of clubs and decided just a flat call. I feel if a move all in would have won the pan for him, but he opted to play the flop. Five-way action on the flop, and Tatar flopped the nut flush draw, and a sizable bet took down the pot. And action now has moved around to Pizard, who folds, and Cabral to act on the button. And 9 out of 10 times this guy is going to raise in late position, regardless of his holdings. That's what he does again. He has an ace, ace 4. And Milevsky has 110 at least. That's all the card we can see, but he's taking his time here. But he does fold, he tank folds. Not sure what the other card was, but he opts not to get involved. And the big blind of Pilotti, 7-2, is going to surrender. And Martin picks up the blinds and antes. Couldn't see Milevsky's other card there, but Marcin is in seat 1 with 650,000, over 100 blinds, and in the seat right next to him is our short stack.
Caro, caro.
That's our chip leader under the gun, ace 4 hearts. He's playing about 3 times the average stack. And he's going to open here. Ace 4 suited. Tartar gets out of the way with 8-7 suited. But Pizert.
17. Sweet 17.
Ace 8 folds.
Slovakia.
Sweet 16.
16 or 17? 17, yeah?
The song is sweet 16. Sweet 42.
And it looks like Martin's put 20k in. That's a call with King Jack of diamonds. And Milski also with King Jack offsuit. He comes into the pot and we're going to have 3-way action. Almost 70,000 in the pot. Average stack is around 300,000 at this stage in the tournament. And that's an up and down straight for both Chmielewski and Cabral. Cabral with the backdoor diamonds, Chmielewski with the backdoor spades, and Cabral has checked. And now that's a massive card for Martin. Gives him an up and down flush and straight flush draw. But Cote Labat bets out. But a raise here by Martin would clear Chmielewski out of the pot, I feel. Because if the straight comes without the diamond, it'll be a chop. He's 100% continuing here, Cabral. But he's considering a raise. And Chmielewski is priced in to call here at 17,000. And there's over 100,000 out there. That's what he does, he makes the call. But the ace rag of Kotleba is still ahead, but there's a lot of cards to dodge, and that gives 2 pair, both playing king high, to Chmielewski and Cabral. Showed some real strength, this guy, this chip leader, Cote Labat. It wouldn't be out of the question for him to have another pop here. It's quite reasonable that Cabral and Chmielewski were chasing flush draws, both diamonds and spades out there. And Cote Labat has a blocker to the straight, and Martin folds the 2 pair, but it's a pretty big bet. It's 70,000. It's an enormous bet. Chmielewski is trying to figure this out. The flop was checked. The turn was 17,000 bet, and now the river was a 70,000 bet, and that's a quality strength, quality show of strength there by our chip leader. Boris Kotleba, who's brought a stack up to 152 big blinds over 900k. I believe the average stack is in around 300,000. Our short stack here at the table playing 14 big blinds is Elias Pilotti in seat 2. In the seat next to Hmileski. That's our chip leader, 900,000, massive stack.
Buffalo, jo? On to ukázal? Buffalo? Jako bluff, jo? Hezky. Hezky bluff.
When you consider 2 million will be the average stack of the final table, or thereabouts, and already with about 60 players to go, Kotleba has almost 1 million. He's in a really strong position, but so much can change over such a short period of time. And Pilotti now, the short stack on the button with ace 10, moves all in, and Nagy gives up the twos, and our chip leader mucks. And we see our short stack scoop in about 17k. That's what's out there before card is dealt. 3 is the small, 6 the big, 1,000 running ante, 17,000 before the hand is dealt, and blinds will be going up soon.
Kdo vyhrál teďka ruku? Marku. Kdo vyhrál? Jo, dal orange, tu zahodil, jo? Dík.
90 zelený jsem.
Ty jsi měl 90 zelený? Jsi nedal, jo? S těma čipama. Jsi byl na big blindu? Jsi to nedal? Jo. Má docela hodně, no, ale stejně. To je docela na hraně. Dáma 10 zelených už bys dal, ne?
Musel bych si ho počítat.
Pilotti tempted to have another go, but exercises caution in late position, and Nagy on the button with queen 3 folds. That's the first walk we've seen at this table, and Tata gets a walk from his fellow countryman.
Dodo from Mauritius. Not one bird.
I saw it's a duck with bigger. No show?
It's not living anymore. It's died 150 years ago.
Make sure tonight it lives.
No.
Doesn't exist.
The people from Holland.
Milewski with a7 decides not to play. Pilotti gets out of the way with queen 9 of clubs, and it's folded around to Nagy, who's in the cut-off with a7. I'm sure he'll open. That he does, late position with an ace, and the button folds, and now it's into Tatar, who is certainly going to play this hand. He's king-queen. He's Nagy outstacked, but he just flat calls, which is perfectly reasonable. And Pizart here is going to play with 10 jack of clubs. And now we have three-way action. A7 for Nagy, who was the pre-flop raiser, on the blinds, Tatar and Pizart. And Tata's hit a flush draw. Nagy has hit middle pair, but Pizart is in the lead with top pair. And both blinds have checked it into the pre-flop raiser. Nagy, who doesn't hold a spade but has hit second pair, and it wouldn't be out of the question for Bet to come in here, and that's what does. And Tatar has a flush draw, a queen high flush draw, but he could be chasing a rainbow here because he may never catch it, and even if he does catch it, there may not be a pot of gold at the end of it because someone else may be holding a bigger flush.
Ace king.
So I think a smart play would be to fold here
Ace jack. Ace
because
jack of clubs.
we have Pizert
Now I know.
to act after him.
Everything.
And we know that Pizert's hit top pair, so it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for Pizert
King 9 suited.
to move in here. It's a quite substantial pot, and if he does move in, he will take down the pot.
No, you're playing good. You're playing good.
And he's actually considering this, Tatar. It'd be a weak play to chase this flush, in my opinion, and that's what he does. He makes the right move. And now we're into Pizert, who has a hand.
They playing now, yeah?
And he just flat calls here, Pizert.
Eddie, 50,000. Last game in Joe's Arena, you know what that means? Well,
But that doesn't change anything.
Still same hand.
Pizert first act, he has two pair, and he moves all in here. And there's no way we're going to see a call by Nagy. He does have two pair, but he's going to figure this one out. I'm pretty sure he's going to give up with his weaker two pair.
Surprise, surprise.
Hej, s hrochom. Nežereme toho hrocha dneska. A nie, tebe práve, bo si mal nešťastie, som to videl, vieš.
Jaký neštěstí?
No, mal nešťastí. Ale byl zhorší na polku, ako teraz.
Právě, on je přehrál.
Tak to je jasné.
Neměl jsem to možná dát hodit.
Tak kdyby sa něco stalo, tak popřemýšlej.
And Nagy is taking his time here, but I'm almost 100% sure that he's going to fold.
Normálne přemýšlíš vodne,
And that's what happens. And Pizert takes down a sizable pot.
What's going on, Paula?
Why you can watch the stream right now, yeah?
What?
What?
30 minutes delay.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I was asking my friend.
No. How is possible?
You are crazy.
You are crazy.
I missed one hand now.
Hey,
And he plays.
why is possible he watch the stream? He know my hands, what we play together.
And there's a half an hour delay here,
Yeah?
so it's not possible. And
Good play.
seat one,
A ja protestujem, ja už
That's
nikdy
crazy.
nebrám na...
Schmilewski
Ono všetci budú vedieť, ako ja
is
si ja
making the
hrávam.
point here that
Alkohol?
Martin is leaving the table constantly,
Nenávidíte ma preto,
and Schmilewski is concerned that Martin may be watching the hold cards, but that's not possible, guys, believe me.
Only 20 minutes here, don't worry.
How is delayed? Half hour?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah?
They just told me you had ace king and ace jack.
I know you had me that time.
Ace queen?
Ace king and ace jack.
I know
Yeah,
you.
that's true.
My Polish one. I know you hit the straight there.
And Schmilewski is raised here with 9-7 of clubs. I'm not really sure what Martin's doing here. He's saying they told me you'd ace. ace king and ace jack, and that's exactly what he did have. So
And once they're on the 10, I'll let you read.
Martin leaves the table again.
I should bet there one more he was folded.
And I'm not sure, is Cabral just winding up Chmielewski in seat 1, or what the story is, but I'm sure we're not going to hear the end of it between these two guys. And Chmielewski is taking down another pot, and Cabral back in his seat.
Martin. Polacek. Marcin.
And 55 left, guys. 350,000 is the average stack now. And already 15 players bust since the bubble.
Kdo? Tenhle? Nehraje.
355 is the average stack, 355,000.
You don't play cash game, Marcin. You play? No.
55 players left. Appreciate you joining us, viewers. We're coming to the business end of the WSOP Circuit Main Event. Was a 1,500 buy-in this tournament, million guaranteed. Chmielewski again,
One raise 17,000.
raising with ace 7 of hearts in early position, and it's folded around.
3 4 4 5.
To the small blind, who folds, and Cabral has a bigger ace in the big blind, and he's certainly going to play this hand. Ace 9 of clubs. Chmielewski with the ace 7 of hearts. There's a bit of history between these guys. Martin just flat calls. And Cabral is in the blinds. He'll be first to act after the flop. And that's a club. Bang. That's serious. That's a stone cold nuts. And I'd say 0% will be beside Chmielewski. And that's exactly what's beside his whole cards, because he's absolutely drawing dead here. There's no cards in the deck can help him. And you'll see Martin just flat call here, I'm sure. Give the impression he could be chasing the flush maybe, and he'll give Chmielewski a chance to bet at this again. Pretty sure that's what Martin's going to do. It's just flat call. That looks like a raise. It's more than 20,000 there. And he's trying to build up the pot maybe, hoping that Chmielewski has hit the king or queen, or hit both of them. Chmielewski has bet 20,000 and Martin is now re-raised. And it's 51,000 and Chmielewski is drawing completely dead and may consider to play back. And this is going to be a disaster for Chmielewski if he plays back at Martin. And this is, they look like big chips he's counting out. They look like 25,000 chips he's playing with. And Cabral is, yeah, he takes it down. Martin possibly overplayed his hand there. If he knew how bad shape Chmielewski was in, he certainly would have just flat called. And the average stack is 355,000. See seat 4, Coatley Ba with 900,000, 150 blinds. And Chmielewski, seat 1 in Poland.
To je minimálno. 53 no. Bolo o 400 daný? Prosím? Cars.
No problem.
Dám vstupy, I can go speak in.
After this level, we move on this
No,
table.
speak
Yes, we go back.
Same table, but no cameras.
We are not rolníci anymore.
And it looks like we're going to have a change in TV table at the end of this level. We're going to have a new set of players. Please stay with us. My name is Fintan Gavin from Ireland. Delighted to be here watching the WSOP Main Circuit Event. Million prize pool, 183,000 for the winner. We're in the money, well in the money now. Just over 50 players remain. And Nagy has opened here with King Jack, and our chip leader with suited ace is flat called, and Pizert is in the cutoff, and he has Queen Jack, and he decides not to get involved, and it's folded around to Cabral, and again Cabral getting the players to count their chips. Can be quite annoying. This guy's not taking too much messing off him. Schmileski, well able for Martin, stood up to him several times and has gained a lot of chips off him.
I like you. Mister, I like you.
I know. That's right, but you shouldn't be.
And we're going to see a two-way pot here between our chip leader on the table, Kotlaba, and Nagy, who's actually getting short now at this stage. He's playing 167 behind, and that's trouble for Nagy because he's hit second pair, but Kotlaba has hit top pair, and Kotlaba has played that very well. The only problem is, well, the flush draw he's picked up also Kotlaba. So Nagy is in pretty bad shape here, and because Kotlaba disguised his ace by checking the flop, we may see Kotlaba play back at him here. I feel he's certainly calling at least one bet, but he might get brave here and put in a raise because he's going to disregard Kotlaba for having an ace. And I think this is going to go check back call because Kotlaba has played this very well. No, he just checks, he doesn't value bet, and his ace will take down the pot. And the straight came there in the end, and that bothered him, and he just checked Kotlaba and takes down another pot, and our short stack Nagy is in seat 3 with 137,022 big blinds, and Pilotti well in danger with 16 big blinds. And seat 7, Christian Triri is also short, 53 players left. The average stack now is 370,000. And Dave Ireland, how are you, Dave? Thank you for joining us. Asking about the players that don't have the sheet yet, and but I'm sure there will be loads of excitement. We're in the real business end of the tournament here. We're playing for big money, so please do stay with us. I created the universe. Where is Gus? Gus is gone. Gus, he was here for about a week. Gus played everything all day and all night, played every game going. And what a gentleman Mr. Hansen is, and so good to see him back in the poker circuit. And Nagy here, who's kind of short stacked, is playing a Jack-9 in early position, which is pretty high risk, and it's folded around to Cabral on the button, who's going to play back at him, there's no doubt in my mind. that's just a flat call, I believe, by Cabral on the button. Shemleski is going to fold, and our short stack on the big blind has Queen 10, and he's quickly going to do the maths and feel he's priced in to see a flop here with Queen 10. So Cabral in the lead with the ace queen, Nagy with the suited Jack 9, and Pilotti in the blinds. Queen 10, he'll be first to act. And Pilotti has hit that, and he's very short, Pilotti, and he's going to move all in here. There's nothing wrong with that play. And Cabral can't really call 82,000. He's 2 over cards. He's a backdoor straight, backdoor flush. He's going to get a count, but he's played that. He's played that wrong, in my opinion, by just flat calling on the button. And he's priced in the big blind to also see a flop, and the big blind has hit that flop 10 high, and the big blind is short Pilotti, and he's moved all in, and Martin's trying to convince himself that Pilotti may be on a flush or a straight draw, and that his ace queen could be ahead, and even if he's not ahead, that he still has cards to hit. That's what's going through Martin's mind now at the moment. He's thinking flush draw, straight draw. Pretty sure he's going to make the fold because it's a sizable bet. Martin is only playing $250,000. 82,000 is a big chunk of change. The average stack, remember, is 355,000. This will leave him short if he calls and loses. And he's going to be in pretty bad shape if he does call, because his queen is dead, so he's drawing to an ace. Backdoor hearts. Okay, we have a problem here again, and Martin's at the centre of it. And it looks like Nagy is having a go at Cabral for tanking. And Martin is not going to take that. Martin's well able to stick up for himself. He's saying he has a big decision to make, but Nagy's saying he's constantly tanking, and he's looking for a clock. This may frustrate Cabral further, but he's been around the block. He's no rookie, this guy. He's not going to be forced into anything. And he does get the countdown. And that will annoy Cabral, make no mistake about it. And I've been told here by Dr. Spin, Martin asked him to be quiet. That's fair enough, facing a big bet.
Sir, if the card is bullshit, if you see it after,
please, can you please
penalty him back?
It's really not normal.
And I don't think that's fair by Nagy to say that. It's okay to say it afterwards, but while the player is making the decision, it's quite reasonable that Cabral has a decision, and in my opinion, he does have a legitimate decision here. He's not going to call. He's taking out a chip, but he's not going to call. I know he's not.
This was really too early, and he's still speaking.
No, it happened like last time.
Yeah, for sure. I am not never speaking when somebody.
Okay. So it's Tata and Nagy both getting involved against Cabral, but Cabral does bring a lot of this on himself.
He can be quiet for a minute. Okay, we try.
And I think Nagy was slightly out of order there. He doesn't know if Martin has a legitimate hand or not, and why the player is making the decision. I don't think it's fair to berate the player, and that's what he did. Now, Nagy had a go as well, but that was only after he folded, because Nagy says you're constantly doing this, taking your time, and that was quite legitimate complaint that Nagy had, and Nagy made the complaint at the correct time.
Nice answer. Black? Black?
But believe me, Cabral is well used to this. He thrives on this kind of talk at the table and these kind of confrontations. This is the stuff that he loves. He eats this stuff for breakfast, Cabral, and look what he's picked up now. And he's going to seriously tank now for a while. I'll guarantee you. He's going to really take his time. He's going to ask what chip stack someone has. Wait and you see, he's going to look up at someone and ask them how much they're playing. Guarantee you. He's looking at the clock. He's going to ask someone how much they're playing. Watch this. He's some character, this fella. And look at the face of the other players. But oh, Kotleba has raised with the 9-8 of clubs in first position. And that's a re-raise, and look at the focus on this guy's face, Cabral. And two clubs, two blockers to the flush against Kotleba, and Nagy now in the big blind. I'm not sure what is going on here, because Nagy has pure garbage and Kotleba may decide that he has a busting hand. Even if Cabral has a monster hand like the Queens, Kotleba knows that 9-8 suited can flop very well, but it is expensive. Very high risk this, what Kotleba is thinking of doing. He's thinking of putting more chips in, and that's what he does. He makes the call. And we're looking at 111,000 pot, and it's 9-8 suited versus the Queens, and it's a bad flop for Queens. You never want to see an ace when you're holding a pocket Queens, so Martin will try and control the size of this pot. Kotleba has hit a 9, and that's what Martin does. He does check. And a 5 now gives both players 2 pair playing the ace kicker. However, Kotleba has 2 pair weaker than Cabral, and that 5 is a great card for Martin because it kills Kotleba's 8. Now, if I'm understanding this right, Kotleba is asking what the chip count is, and I think it goes check, check again, and I'm not sure what happened there. Yeah, it was checked by Kotleba with the 9-8, and now Martin value bets, and it's a 75,000 bet, and Kotleba may believe he's ahead here because the ace high was checked, but I think he's going to figure it out. It's 75,000 into 111,000 pot.
Vyhrál si.
And Coatley Bass shows, but Martin Cabral opts not to show his pocket queens, and that's a pretty sizable pot. 50 players left now. It's almost 400,000 is the average stack. And Martin Cabral up to 317,000. And our short stack is C3, Nagy, and Pilotti beside him is also short. It's interesting dynamics at this table. There's a real sense of tension. And 50 players remain, so all the players will be looking at that final table. That's the goal. And Triri, who we've seen very little of, he's basically blinded his way down to 100,000.
Or we have to. You do it or we have to.
And it looks like they're breaking this table after this hand. And late position, Jack 10 of clubs has moved all in. Schmilski
You're more than welcome to. Your chips are going to go down.
with Jack 9 of diamonds folds, the button folds, and it's around to Nagy with King Deuce and the big blind. Cote Labat gives it up.
And we get our mobile.
And that's an interesting table we've just seen. It's going to break now, and we will resume with a new table, brand new players. And thank you for staying with us. Appreciate you joining us. We're going to go on a short break now. We'll be back in 12 minutes or so. Bye for now. See you then.
No, bro. I have to go with the ladder.